Okay, we're all in. And be treated, feast your ears upon some more of that new Horizon music. This time for the quicksand caves, which I've just been out here kind of doing some soloing just before the stream, actually. Just the old warm up, right? So I got my rabbit out still. I'm not sure how much longer he'll last. But yeah, look at that. I'm almost just about 2,000 EXP from level 67. Not all of that was me. I joined very briefly into a Beastmaster party last night, and the EXP was just flying. However, the party disbanded very shortly after I joined. Like, I'm not even sure the party was going for an hour. They kind of invited me right at the end. But either way, it did get me a huge chunk of EXP. So I've just been down here in the quicksand caves, kind of rounding that out, right? And getting loot. Look at all them dark crystals. And I almost have 2 stacks of pauldrons. I have no idea what they sell for. 15 kindred seals, because I've just been killing level 50 plus enemies all over the place in here. This I don't know. I gotta ask someone about this kind of thing. Alright, but my plan for today. Well, I didn't have a plan yesterday. But then all the things happened, right? Like, just everything happened yesterday, and things got really busy, so today my plan is just to chill, just to kind of go easy, right? Just a little grind, maybe some fishing, but also, okay, coffer. Once I get level 67, I believe I can kill at least one of the enemies that drop the coffer key in Biadieu. So I would like to try my hand at coffer grinding in Biadieu. The thing is, if I can get that chest piece, that would round it out. I have every other piece. I got the weapon. The weapon, is not great anymore, but the armor, right? I have all the armor. I just need to replace my crappy chest piece. Alright, yeah, so these enemies that I'll be fighting, they're around the mid-50s. I think the highest they go is level 59. I want to say 59 is the highest they go here. But most of them are in the mid-50s range. There's definitely things that I could kill that I could kill faster for smoother EXP, but this is fast enough. It's fast enough, I want to say. The only thing is when it comes to these Antikins, some of them, they're not all equal. Some of the Antikins drop very fast, and then others. So there's one, God, what's it called? It starts with a P, but there's one variant of Antikin in here. I think one's over here. Yeah, the Princeps. So I think the Princeps are a paladin type of enemy because they have very high defense. They have high health, they have high defense, they don't hit especially hard, but they take a very long time to kill, like way longer than any of the other enemies. So it's not really worth it to fight them if I don't have to. But they are dotted all over the place, so I kind of do have to fight them if I'm gonna be fighting Antikins down here. Like, it'll just come up, right? Also, it's probably time that I look into getting a new weapon again. I've been using the Demon Slicer, which I really like this weapon. The Demon Slicer's great, but it's only level 55, and I am level 66, right? Almost 67. I feel like by level 70 there should be another like there should be another scythe that I can use that would be good, right? Alright, I'm just kind of, yeah, I'm just pulling that one a little bit away from the others. Oh yeah, there goes my rabbit. There he goes. I had him out from earlier, so like these rabbits last like an hour and a half. So he, you know, he performed his duty admirably, but it was his time to go. Listen, rabbits only live an hour and a half. That's what Final Fantasy taught me. Checking my EXP here, which I have been using my ring, but I still have quite a few charges on it. Alright, yeah, we're under 2,000 to level now. But before I leave this dungeon, I would like to... Well, I'd like to make sure I have even stacks of dark crystals, which I'm pretty sure I'll get one more, right? I'd love to get more mithril coins, but stealing is so random that, you know, it is what it is, right? You probably won't leave with a full stack. The Antican Pauldrons, I only need 4 more for a full stack, right? Just 4 more. I feel like I should be able to get 4 in 2,000 EXP. But the thing is, you can get really, 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 really unlucky with that. And also, I believe the Pauldrons have a higher drop chance from the tougher Anticans. Like, enemies like this Signifer, I always want to call them a Signifier, but these Signifers, I don't think they even drop Pauldrons. Because they're mage types. Also, sorry, I'm a little foggy still, again. Always am for the first hour or so. Sipping my water constantly. Although he's winding up a quake. Also, see a little additional damage there? This scythe does actually, the additional damage effect does actually trigger fairly... Yeah, there it was again. It triggers fairly often. And what I've found is, okay, this is where the whole slash thief thing really kind of makes everything come together. So like, often I will triple attack, right? Sometimes multiple times in a single fight. So the thing is, I have been so lucky sometimes that I triple attack, some of the hits critical, right? Like, let's say 2 out of the 3 hits critical hit, which is, with a 2-hander is pretty nice. And I've had the additional damage proc, the darkness damage, I've had that trigger multiple times during a triple attack as well. So imagine a triple attack with a 2-hander, and multiple hits critical, multiple hits trigger additional damage, and yeah, it's actually pretty awesome. Like, when the stars align, the damage that you can put out with a 2-hander and slash thief is pretty incredible. But, you know, the stars have to align. I would say on the average, it's just kind of... It's okay, right? On the average, it's okay. I mean, the thing is, I'd say, like, for the additional utility that being slash thief brings, I think that I don't know, for me it's as viable as like Slash Ninja or whatever. It's just as viable to me. I want to get his health low and try to steal a coin. That was a bad move. Now he is up my ass. Uh-oh, Cure 4! Yeah, see, that's another reason I don't like these Princeps. Not only are they really tanky, but they love to cast Cure 4. They love to Cure 4 themselves over and over. Just spam it. And I can't say I'm a fan of that. Oh, also, while I'm here, I mean, I might as well keep an eye out for treasure coffers, I guess. Like, the thing is, if you kill these guys, right, if you have Thief equipped as a sub-job, and you're just killing Beastmen down here constantly. Oh god, Sleepka 2! It's gonna hit me. There's no time to run away, it was gonna hit. Sleepka 2 lasts for a minute and a half. A minute and a half! Oh, it feels great. Like, in a minute and a half, my pet could probably kill this guy, and then... and then I'm just still standing here. Jamming wave doesn't, Like, I'm actually hoping that he does an AoE attack of some kind, right? Like, hell, I'd even take poison. But just to wake me up. Alright, about 10 seconds. Magnetite cloud. Oh, that did it! Oh, hey! Right, magnetite cloud. Now I get to run at this speed for a whole minute. Man, I love fighting super annoying enemies. Look at this. This is my current run speed. Wait, I got a Zeefhoot body. The fuck is that? This wasn't a named monster or anything. What's a Zeefhoot body? This hollow wooden case is the body of the instrument known as the Zeefhoot. Huh. So I just got a rare EX item. I've been killing a whole lot of Antikins down here. Like, let me tell you, I've been killing a lot of these guys. Oh, wait, can I like go into extra slow? Oh, yeah, look at this! Moonwalk. Okay, we're normal again. We're not on the moon anymore. Okay, so I gotta look this one up, right? Like, what? I got a Zeefhoot body. What is that exactly? Okay, so the Zeefhoot body, it's used in a quest, Beastman Treasure. Yeah, Beastman Treasure. Oh, I see. So you need, I think you need all of the pieces. You need so there's the head, body, bow, and strings. It's a repeatable though, and the reward is 4 to 10,000 gil and random items. Huh. What are the like, the thing is, 4 to 10,000 gil for the amount, like, for how rare this thing is. Like, how rare I assume all the parts are. Okay. what's the bonus item? Like, what kind of bonuses can you get from this? You can get chips. What are those? No idea. And you can get some gold and platinum beast coin, some random jewels. It doesn't really seem. I mean, I'm sure some of this will sell for good money, but I don't know. It doesn't really seem terribly worth it. It doesn't seem like something that I really should go out of my way for. My only thought is that maybe this quest is for people that, I don't know, maybe it's for people that, for whatever reason, they would just be killing thousands of Antikins, right? And I guess if you're going to be doing that anyway, then you might as well you might as well do a little extra quest, right? I guess. But even for me, and I'm killing hundreds of Antikins, even for me that wouldn't really be worth it, you know? So while I can appreciate finding an item and it just leads to a random quest, I can appreciate that. The problem is that the reward for such a rare thing, and that I have to get more rare things, the reward does not really justify the time investment of going out of my way to get more of these super rare items. I can't really justify it, you know? God, I love that little wild carrot animation. I just, no matter how many times I see it, I absolutely adore it. Alright, we get in there for another sneak attack. Oh, I pulled aggro, right. The thing is, I really shouldn't, it's not a great idea to sneak attack and then do a big weapon skill, like, in a row. It's not really great, but I tend to do it just because it's a bit of a reflex, I guess. Like, I don't know, I see big damage and then I want to follow it up with more big damage. Because that's what you do, right? But it pulls a lot of attention onto me. Like, a lot. Look, I can sneak attack again. Yeah, these Princeps. And this is a level 59 Princeps, so he's, yeah, he's one of the tough ones, right? Ooh, I got some mithril ore. I think I have found 2 chunks of mithril ore so far. I have no idea. Like, I have no idea if that's worth anything or not. I would assume it's a mined good, right? Like, it's a mined good, but in drop form. Oh, wait. I was gonna fight this guy, but that Princeps is getting dangerously close. Here, let's pull him back a little bit. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about the Princeps attacking. We'll probably want to kill him anyway. So what I'm kind of trying to do is I'm trying to work my way over to the coffer spawn point, just because I have a key, right? I find coffer keys all the time down here. And there are 3 coffer spawn points just in my immediate area here. So it doesn't require me to go out of my way. It's just every now and then, as you're fighting around, fight your way to one of the coffer spawns and just check out and see if anything popped there. It's just... It's a nice little bonus 13,000 gil if a coffer is there. Now that said, I found a little conflict with another player. A little bit of the conflict. So like earlier, I guess I was just kind of, grinding out a little bit here, and I got a coffer key, so naturally I worked my way to a coffer, and oh hey, it's there, right? I saw it, and I sent the pet in to create a distraction, and I just ran in there and I popped the coffer, right? Got 13,000 gil. The thing is, there was a guy there. These Antikins, they can kill me, so I have to be careful. I have to, if I see a chest, I have to just send my pet in and go for it, right? But there was a guy kind of standing in that corner area, and I guess he must have been a 75 because the enemies weren't aggroing him. But I barely even noticed he was there. I was just focused on the chest and getting it because I have to make a big distraction with all the enemies, pop the chest, and then I have to activate flee and run out, right? It's a very risky maneuver. It's a fun maneuver, but it's very risky. But no, this guy, he was just there, and he got all on me, oh, I'm farming coffers, I was waiting on the timer, and, I find that keeps happening, but, I guess, I'm just killing things around here for EXP, I get coffer keys, and it, I don't know, there's a chance you might get something interesting, right? There is a chance of interesting loot, so I just, every time I see a coffer, I pop it, because it could be something fun. But I don't know, I guess some people, they get very territorial with their farming. That's just an in general thing with Final Fantasy XI. Some people, they're very territorial, very, they have to assert their dominance in the thing they're farming. And I mean, sure, right? I guess if you've been camping there for a while, it would suck to have someone just come along and take you. But I barely even noticed there was a person there, so this is just how things go, it's just what happens. It's the game. It didn't help that he was a Taru, so literally he was so small I barely noticed him. Oh, I could have stolen from that one. I could have. Well, I only got about 1,000 more EXP to go. Only about 1,000. So I guess I'll try to get my level, then, you know, go to town, sort out my inventory and all that good stuff. And then swing on by Biadieu and try to farm up a coffer key. I mean, hey look, if I have luck like I've had here, you know, not this time around, like not since I started the stream, but before the stream, I found like, I had to have found at least 6 coffer keys in a very short amount of time. And I think all of the coffer keys in the game, at least of the similar level area, they all seem to have about the same drop rate, which is like around 5%. Right? So hey, maybe I can carry that luck to Biadieu with me. Maybe. So how many pauldrons have I got? Okay, I need 3 more pauldrons. I don't know that I'll get that before I level up, and I'm not sure I want to stick around here that much longer. How many dark crystals have I got? Only 3. I know it's such a it is such a quirk, but I have to get sort of even rounded stacks of things before I leave. Even if I'm not farming. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to farm. I'm here to level up, but all the same, like, well, if I'm getting stacks of stuff, I would like to complete those stacks, you know? Oh, Cure 3. Cure 3 is not so bad. Like, the goblins out in Valkyrum Dunes, when they cast Cure 3 on themselves, that hurts. That's, that really rolls back the progress. But in here, in here, a Cure 3 really doesn't mean much. It really doesn't. Oh, he saw me. He saw me. I thought maybe he didn't, but he did. He did. Okay, we're doing this. We're fighting. We're fighting 2 things at once. Oh, hey there. Hey there. Let's hope he doesn't join in too. Also, I'm out of rabbit jugs, but I do have the tiger stuff. I've got tiger jugs. Which, that just sort of sounds like an innuendo. I don't know. This guy doesn't seem to hit too hard. He's not on the high end of the levels here. So I might be able to kill him before he takes out my rabbit. Maybe. Alright, nice. Also, these enemies do drop over 100 gil, like well over 100 gil every single time I kill one. So, let me see, where's my gil at? Also, I just noticed the pet's not resting. He must have gotten poisoned or something. But, okay, I'm up to 1.740 milli... okay, so... Alright, I think when I started here, when I started killing things in here, I think I was in the low 30,000s. Like 730,000, so that like 120, 160 gil after each kill, that does add up actually. It does mean something. Again, all the more reasons to come into this with Slash Thief. Can I tell the pet to rest yet, or what did he get afflicted with exactly? Choke. He's choking. Ah, that's the problem. That would do it. I am wondering though if just for the sake of time, if it would be better just to let the pet die off and, you know, like just let him die, right? Let him die, and summon a tiger. I kind of think that letting him die and then summoning a tiger, I kind of think that might be the way to go. Yeah, I'm just gonna let him drop and then whip out a new pet. That should also break up the aggro there too. Oh hey, fellow player. A Galka mage of some sort. Huh. Alright, so I tried the tiger pet out a little bit, mostly in that group I got into. But I like the tiger. He does, like, he has double attack, right? So he has roar, that's a paralyzer, which is very nice, but he's got Razor Fang. Yeah, Razor Fang does a lot more damage than the rabbit's Whirl Claws. Like, it does significantly more damage than Whirl Claws. And then just on top of that, yeah, he has a double attack, and he does have an AoE as well. The tiger does have an AoE. It's a cone AoE. It is a cone frontal AoE, but it is an AoE all the same. Can I sneak past this one guy? Oh, Sleepka. It's a good thing I didn't charge in for just full assault, right? Very good thing. Yeah, look, just look at the health go down whenever I do Razor Fang. It is a big attack. And I'm having very bad luck with my mithril coins. Like, just super bad luck on mithril coins. I'm gonna hold up one sec. I just want to turn off my fan. I do think the general sound quality is a little better without that thing on. Also, it does make it a little hard, just not even for me and my volume, but like for me to hear things. So I think, yeah, we'll try and suffer with it off. Really hoping to come out of this with a nice stack, a nice sellable stack of mithril coins, but I don't think that's gonna work out that way. All right, and I need 2 more pauldrons, right? Yeah, I need 2 more Antican pauldrons. I saw that my dedication effect wore off, but I'm not really sure I want to put it on again. Don't know that I want to do that, although I guess it would help. It would speed things along level-wise. And we'll probably want to get, like, maybe not go for the full safety EXP, because at my level, safety EXP is quite a bit, right? Like, it is quite a lot. However, maybe half a level, or... The thing is, I used to really dread de-leveling, but I think de-leveling really makes more of a difference early on, because early on you don't have that many levels at all, and you're kind of constantly changing out equipment and, you know, new spells or whatever. But in the higher levels, like, I don't really change my equipment as much, if at all. It's kind of, you find things that are good for you and you just stick with it, but also, hold up, I wanted to use my ring. But also it's just like, well, what's the difference if I'm level 57 or 67 or 66, right? Like, the difference is very minor at this point. Might work up to another full stack, that'd be nice. I want to rest my health up a little, and I may use the tiger pet. I might use it more often, actually. So so R Fang, it's Razor Fang. I hope that's spelled correctly. Listen, I can't spell. Alright, that's good. So now I can, yeah, I can more smoothly tell it to murder my enemies. Much more smooth. Oh, also, let's peek over here. Any treasure box back there? It doesn't look like it. Okay, so no coffers. No coffers. No treasure coffers anywhere. I think I'll probably just delete that coffer key. It's not really doing me much good, huh? Keep wanting to World Claws, but wrong pet. Wrong pet. Oh god, look at that, the damage on that. I think it's because he got flashed, right? Like, flash is... my understanding is it just severely lowers accuracy, but it might also impact damage, too. I hate them, but the thing is, they have a pretty high chance to drop the Antican pauldrons. Like, pretty high chance. Pretty high chance for that. Like, the other melee type, I believe they also drop pauldrons, but not as frequent. A little over 250 EXP to level. At the very least, it'll make fighting things down here a little bit easier. But again, I would like to take my chances in Beadu once I think really we could probably get that safety EXP in Beadu. Because you know I'm not gonna get lucky, right? I'm not a lucky man. I am not gonna get my coffer on like the first kill or the second kill or even the 10th kill. We know how this goes. Here we go, the Hestatus, like that'll drop a pauldron. And they're not nearly as rough as the Princeps, not nearly. So if I had to kind of wager a guess, right, I would guess the Princeps are probably a paladin class. I mean, they cast cure spells, so I would, yeah, and they use a shield, so I'd assume they're a paladin class. And then the Hestatus, well, they use an axe, a singular axe, right? I would assume that the Hestatus is probably a, I don't know, they're probably a warrior, right? Probably warrior type. Oh shit. Oh, that fire AoE. So generally I like to deal with the Signifers first, right? Like, generally, no matter what, I like dealing with them. And it's just because they have, like, yeah, they have nasty AoEs, they have nasty sleep AoEs, they do all kinds of nasty things. So yeah, I like them down first. Oh hey, another Zfoot body. Well, that doesn't really do me any good. I'd need the other parts. Also, I'm fogging up so bad. Alright, cleared the old throat. Cleared the throat. Hopefully the mute button kicked in. If not, sorry. But yeah, the congestion. Oh, I think I'm gonna lose my tiger right about now. Oh hey, yeah, level up. Actually, good timing on a level up. You want to resummon your pet when you level up. I'm pretty sure the pet, like, hold up. Like, can I do like a check param pet or hold up. Check param. Oh, he's dead now, so I can't check his parameters, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to resummon your pet whenever you level up or anything. I'm 99% sure on that. Like, it doesn't just automatically level up with you. But good thing, so the level 59 Antikins, they were decent challenge, they're now just easy prey. So, like, all of these ant people are going to be a lot easier to kill now. Do I have exactly half a stack of coins? A little over half a stack. I guess I'll hold on to them, right? Like, I mean, you know, I'm gonna be killing beastmen, right? I'm gonna be killing beastmen, the kind that drop mithril coins. I guess it's no problem to just hold on to my half stack and build on it, right? I guess that's fine. Only need 29,000. Only need 29k to level up. Good times. So that means if I want my safety EXP, I'm gonna need, what, 2,900 EXP. 2,900. Well, we're not gonna get all that right here, but what I want to do is I want to get that last Antikin pauldron. Alright, I want to round out my pauldrons. I kind of want to round out my dark crystals too, but I guess that one, you know, that doesn't matter as much. Like, yeah, dark crystals, they sell well, you know. I'm gonna get at least 4k out of that. You know, that's great, but it's not something that I need to go out of my way. Man, all these Zfoot bodies, but none of the other parts. Also, oh hey there, Baru. The raiders are back. Otherwise, pretty quiet so far. Just a nice quiet day in the quicksand caves. I do like the new music down here. I've gotten very familiar with it now. And I can't seem to find the list of, like, zones they updated with the music. They're kind of bad about keeping the patch notes on the launcher and everything up to date. They're a little slow on that, but I probably saw it in the Discord. They keep that more current. Crafting. Just throwing Gil into the fire. Gotta keep your Mog house warm somehow. I need to get back to leveling up my cooking. I do want to get my cooking higher. Alright, I just need one more set of pauldrons. Ah, nice. Yeah, my cooking is still just level 20. I need to get it higher. The thing is, I hit level 20 with cooking, and then, I don't know, in order to make anything to level up, you kind of have to dip into, like, recipes that just have a ton of ingredients, right? Oh, I got sleep good. And shit, I'm standing, like, so far away from my pet. At least, okay, it's not a bad sleep gun, it's only a 30-second one. I can handle that. But yeah, for me the problem with the cooking recipes is that so many of them require several ingredients, right? And to me, the problem with that... Oh god! Oh no, hold up. I don't want to risk this one. I'm down to 186 health. I'd rather not even run the risk on it. So let's zone out and rest up. God, that black magic hurts. Wait, insect balls. I'll have to see what those require. But I never use support because you have to go back to Windurst. Like, you gotta go all the way back to Windurst to get the support. But yeah, I don't know. For most of the cooking recipes, they just require so many, and I guess it's all crafts, right? But they require so many different ingredients to make things, and I find that it really hits that part of my brain that doesn't like uneven numbers and uneven stacks. Like, it feels really bad when your crafting materials become uneven, and now, like, you have to get things in weird quantities to even out, and it feels bad. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, it's just a problem that I hit, right? But I do want to level up cooking more. Funny enough, the main thing I want to do with it is I just want to be able to HQ the carrot broth. Which, I know that sounds like such a non-ambitious goal, but I mean, carrot broth costs like nothing to make. And if you can HQ it, well, the HQ version, I mean, that sells for like 4K a stack. But also, not just that, but I mean, I need it. So the thing is, I mostly use the rabbits when I'm just out grinding or doing things on my own. Just because they're a very durable pet, you know, they last so long. The thing is, I've actually run into the problem of there just not being any rabbits on the auction house. Like, no F carrot broth on the auction to buy. So I would like to be able to make my own, just, you know, so I never run into a supply issue. But I think to reliably HQ that, it's only like a level 1 recipe, right? So I think in order to reliably, like, to get the maximum HQ chance, I think you have to be like, what, is it 45 levels over the recipe? So that wouldn't even, like, that wouldn't even be level 50, right? Oh, sheep ornery. I don't know, like, I just don't see the glory of the sheep. I've played around with a couple of the pets now, and I don't know, like, what people seem to like about the sheep is that it does high damage, and I mean, it does more damage than some of the pets sometimes, but even then there's such a huge variable to damage that it's hard to really tell, at least for me. Like, I've had my, like, I've been in parties, and I've had my rabbit's whirl claws hit harder than the sheep, right? And then sometimes it's the other way around, but there's so much variable, it's hard to really tell. And really, so like, okay, the tiger here with its razor fang, that thing does more damage than I've gotten out of any pet so far. Like, sheep included. And it double attacks. I guess maybe they're autos, right? I guess, okay, maybe they're autos, but the sheep doesn't, like, the sheep doesn't double attack or anything, right? Like, the rabbit double attacks. The tiger double attacks. And pretty frequently, I might add. So, I don't know, like, to me, I've been in parties with people using all the, you know, like, the sheep and everything. I've used the sheep myself, and like, for me, considering how much random there is in how damage is dished out, it's really hard to tell, you know? Like, I don't really see a huge difference between using most of the pets. I guess maybe Lamb Chop is more consistent, but yeah, I've done way more damage than the sheep with other pets. You know, like, they hit harder. Like, the saber here, like, he double hits frequently. The rabbit does too, and I mean, hitting twice frequently, that, like, yeah, that would actually do more damage than just a consistent, slightly higher damage from the sheep, right? But not double. Again, I think it really doesn't matter that much. Like, all of the pets hit hard, all of the pets have way more HP than anything. Like, all the pets, I think, are pretty good. I tend to look at them more for their specials, right? And the sheep specials, the only thing really that I like about the sheep is it has sheep song. There's certain situations where I really, really want to have it. But most of the time, I like the rabbit's whirl claws a lot. And I'm finding that the tiger here, like, yeah, his single target is great, but also that roar, right? Like roar can really cut down on the incoming damage, especially if multiple enemies aggro. So I don't know, I just think it's situational to me. And at the end of the day, it probably doesn't matter either way. Yeah, there is like, resistances are a thing too. I always forget, but enemies do in fact have strengths and weaknesses. I guess I look at it like, I don't know, I think people put a little too much, they put a little too much stock in just the meta. And I mean, I think for a lot of things it just doesn't really matter that much. Like, it doesn't matter as much as people want it to matter. It's kind of like those people that are like, oh man, I'm squeezing an extra 0.1% damage, look at me, and it's like everybody else, like, you don't even notice, right? And to me, that's what it is. Like, yeah, okay, maybe the sheep is a little bit more consistent, but like, at the end of the day, a party of Beastmasters just melts enemies no matter what they're using. At the end of the day, I could be half AFK. At the end of the day, nothing matters, so I mean, you know, have fun, right? And I gotta be honest, I like this tiger. I fucking love his animations. Look at this monster. I love that. And also, Razorfang does ridiculous damage too. So yeah, I just go with that. You know, again, I'm not. Yeah, if you like sheep only, it's fine. It's just for me, it doesn't matter so much. I would use the tiger more often too, but the tiger jug is a little bit on the expensive side. I mean, I think it's about the same as the sheep pet actually, right? But it's you know, I normally use the rabbit, and the rabbit is just, it is very cheap, right? I'm gonna admit, the main reason I use the rabbit is because he's cheap. But I am really liking the tiger. I'd actually like to try some of the really expensive pets. Like, I'm wondering why they're so expensive. But when I look at the pet jug list, some of them, like some of the pet jugs sell for tens of thousands of gil, and I'm wondering, like, what? Okay, they must be really awesome, right? Like, they must be radical as fuck if they sell for that much. Well, I mean, I guess, you know, the materials, right? But I mean, the jugs have to be better too, right? Like, if I buy a pet for like 30,000 gil, I expect it's gonna be amazing, right? Also, oh, lizard. You know, I will admit I haven't used the lizard pet. That's one that I haven't used actually. Like, I don't know what its specials are or anything. Oh, I guess, yeah, I guess I just sort of falsely assume that if the pet costs so much, there has to be something really good about it, right? But I don't know, I mean, all the pets, I feel like all of the pets, they all have at least one unique and very situationally good ready ability, right? Like, all of them. Okay. Yeah, so I guess that would be kind of the thing with the lizard is good specials, right? Good utility. Which every now and then, I mean, you know, you might want that. You might want that every now and then. I'm still since it's getting ever closer, right? Like I'm level 67 now, and it is ever creeping up on me, the mat fight. Right, and I'm not really sure what, like, I've been doing some thinking. I mean, you can still use items and all that, right? So, I mean, of course, I'd probably want to have lots of self-healing items and stuff like that. But I've been thinking about, like, what pet I would want to go in with, right? Like, what pet would I want to use for the fight? Like, what would be, like, I don't know, what would be kind of ideal, right? My initial thought was maybe to, like, go in with the sheep just for sheep song and, like, I don't know, sleep his pet, right? And then just focus on Matt. But I don't know if that's a good, like, I don't really know. I'm not sure if you should kind of focus on him or the pet first. I assume if he goes down, the pet would go down. I would assume. But yeah, I gotta think about it. Well, I mean wait. I mean, well, how easy is Matt? I assume that Matt is like a really tough fight. Like I assume that he's got like a ton of health and all of that, right? But like, I was kind of trying to devise some strategy to, like, sleep the pet and focus on him, or to sleep him, or, you know, like, to do something to him and then focus on his pet, and then I've been thinking about it, right? because I've always been worried about it. Like, ever since back in the day when, you know, I didn't even get close to level 70, but I heard about the mat fight and I was always dreading it, right? It's, in my head, the mat fight is really hyped up as this sort of ultimate challenge, right? But I guess maybe not. Though I do know that maybe the easiest one is Thief, right? Because can't thieves just like steal from him and that kind of ends it? But I don't know. I heard horror stories about the mat fight back in the day. Also, I think I got all the pauldrons I wanted, right? I didn't want to leave here till I had 2 stacks of pauldrons, and I got it, and so I don't have... I could get more dark crystals, but I don't need that. I wanted to try to get my chest piece in Biadu. I really wanted to try and do that. I still think I might need help on it, but I mean, looking at it, there is at least one type of Quadav, the ancient Quadav, that like their highest level is 66. So I mean, I can solo that as long as I can get them alone. I can solo that. So I'm gonna try and get my chest piece. That would round out my artifact armor, and I could finally get rid of my little level 11 chest piece, right? But I just want to have the full set. That'll be a life goal completed right there. All right, life goal: get a full set of artifact armor in Final Fantasy XI. I'm one step closer to being able to die peacefully. Huh. I mean, so okay, back in the day, my main class back in the day was Bard, right? And I always heard that the Bard fight was really rough. Like, I heard all kinds of things about that one. So I guess maybe that's why I was dreading it, because that's the fight I would have had to have done if I ever got anywhere near level 70. Alright, so let's see. Hold up, does Sandoria control the desert? If so, I could just teleport back to town using that. Why yes, Sandoria #1. So instead of wasting a warp cudgel charge or an instant warp scroll, I'm just gonna go back to the outpost. It, takes a little longer, but it'll save me 1,000, a relative 1,000 gil or some conquest points. Yeah, I guess that would be the issue with Bard is, I mean, look, I've in the past, I've been able to make Bard kind of fight okay, but it really relies on your sub-job. Like, I find that Bard as a class, I mean, yeah, Bard is all about support, and they just don't really do anything else good. Which isn't great if you have to solo, right? But, I find that most of the strength of Bard, when I played it, like, if I went slash ninja or whatever, then okay, I could decent melee, or some other like a caster class, like white mage. Then good heals too. It's like it always depended on the sub job, right? And my understanding of the mat fight is that you don't have a sub job with that, so that would really limit the Bard's options. Man, I love that. Love that Razor Fang. Oh, I wasn't expecting to fight so many of these guys out here, but at level 48 they still aggro me. How many dark crystals I got now? 10. Man, See, when I'm that close to a full stack, I am so tempted to just stick around and get that last crystal or two, right? It's a whole cycle, you know, you get one stack and then, but while you're doing it, you start building up a stack of something else, and now, well, now I can't leave because of that, and yeah, it's just, I am one dark crystal away. I mean, maybe I could kill some of the stuff out here, right? I think the, oh god, they have to be within my level range. Shit. These are all out of my level range, except if I get lucky on this guy, maybe, but otherwise, oh. Damn my brain needing full stacks. I can't leave till I have it. You can't just leave with 11, right? You can't just do that. Like, what kind of madness do you invite doing that? Oh. Though I guess I could just, like, buy one off of the auction house, and that would make a stack. That wouldn't cut into my profit too much. I might need to do that. Yeah, I guess I could, right? I could just buy one single dark crystal on the auction house. That would cut into the money like, what, maybe 300 gil, something like that. I guess that's fine, I guess. I don't like it, but it's fine. Oh, I think unless there's some level 48 goblins, I think I might finally be at the level where I don't have to worry about getting aggroed when I teleport into this area. Oh, no. There's still a few. There's still a few level 48s thrown in there. Okay. I sort of hate it how, there's very few places you can comfortably rest around this area. Like, very, very few. Alright, well, let me sell off my earth crystals. Just sell things I know I'm not gonna put on the auction. Like this rotten meat. The rotten meat isn't even... It's not even something I need to keep because it... Yeah, it sells for like 200 gil a stack on the auction. Something ridiculous like that. Alright, and then the pauldrons, yeah, I'll keep those. Keep those for auction. I'm pretty sure I can sell them. Now the Antican acid, I didn't see that they sell particularly well, so I'm just gonna vendor those. It's a decent amount. Now something that I've been curious about, and I mean I can look up wikis, right? And I can look up wikis and they'll tell me information, but so this is an item, this is a garrison item, right? I've found a few garrison items throughout my time playing here. Now my question is garrison a thing that is functional on this server? Because on any of the private servers that I have ever played on, I have never seen a garrison happening. Oh, look at that. But yeah, I've never seen a garrison happen. Like, I would assume, the way that it's described on the various wikis, I assume that, like, waves of enemies would just start attacking the outpost, right? And that is something that I would most certainly notice. So yeah, I've never seen that happen before. Like, I've never seen it. So I just assume that it's not enabled, but I guess, like, do the rewards just suck or something? Like, I've never seen anyone doing it. Alright. Let's get on out of here. So 400 gil, that's not bad. we leave the land of the xylophone behind. Okay, yes, I'll let my signet cast on me. Okay, so I'm gonna do my buying and selling here in town. You know, hit that auction house up. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the quicksand coffer key. I'm probably not gonna use it. They drop really commonly too. So this, I can't really do anything with it. I can't sell it. I'm not gonna do the quest. Get rid of the leather missive. I'm not gonna do it. Okay. So I have a few things I want to check and just see where they're at on the auction house. I need to buy some more rabbit pets. And oh, hold up. No, not from the inventory. There we go. I still had my EXP ring on. I'd like my extra 2 dexterity, which I know I could probably, you know, I could probably upgrade my rings to something better by now. I know I could upgrade these, but they work. They work fine. Also, I could probably, I guess, I don't know, strength might be more beneficial to me as a Beastmaster, I guess, like, just to do damage, but I have always enjoyed dexterity rings, like, no matter what, right? And it's because dexterity does increase your accuracy a little bit. So I like, like, the thing is a little more dex, right? It's a little more accuracy, it boosts your crit chance, which, well, I mean, that'll increase your damage overall. So I tend to favor dexterity whenever I'm going for a stat, and I'm like any type of melee, right? Okay, so 2 dex is 1 act, which I don't know if there's accuracy rings, and I don't know how much those cost, but, yeah. Like, so I guess, you know, it's not a lot of accuracy, but it's a little extra, right? And it's crit chance. I know it's crit chance. Okay, nothing is on my auction house. That's good. Alright, these things are going for, it looks like around 3,900, around that. And yeah, like, upgrading does cost a lot, so... okay, yeah. The thing is, I do have a decent amount of gil now. It's just, you know, here's the problem. There's so many things I could upgrade. And I can't upgrade all of them. Like, I don't have that much gil. So it's always like, you know, you don't really know what you should upgrade, and furthermore, as a Beastmaster at least, well, as a lot of classes, you don't technically need it, right? Like, you can function just fine without it. You know, you can function with lesser stuff. So it's kind of... like, I tend to get things as I need them. It's why I do keep my weapon up to date, right? I keep my weapon fairly up to date, and I don't cheap on it either. And that's because, you know, it has a huge noticeable effect. So it's an easy one, right? Like, that's an easy upgrade. But when it comes to my armor and stuff, like, well, you know, I don't want to just upgrade for defense because I'm a Beastmaster. I shouldn't, like, at least when I'm solo, I shouldn't be tanking. So, okay, well, if I'm not thinking about defense, then I'm thinking about stats. Well, yeah, there's a lot of ways you could take your stats, right? So it's hard to know what way I want to go exactly. Difficult choices all around. Ooh, nice! Antican pauldrons. They sell for 22k. Alright, I'll get up in there. I usually go for around that amount. People generally still go for the easy number. So I might have to kill Antican some more. The pauldrons are not a super rare drop. I mean, I got 2 stacks of them, right? They're a fairly common drop. Again, I wasn't really intending to farm down there or anything. Like, that's not what I was doing, but, Okay, now these... Okay, a lot of them are selling for 500, but then one sold recently for 300, so I don't know. I'm not sure what the actual current price is, exactly. I'll go for... Well, wait, hold up. How... I think I can sell these to NPCs for not that much less. I don't want to clutter my auction. I don't know, I guess it's fine. How much does a mithril ore go for? 800, okay. So 800 seems to be the standard right now. A little less than that. Just getting rid of all my junk. Alright, I'll keep the mithril beast coins on me. I can get a full stack of that eventually. Okay, I want to buy 1 dark crystal to make a nice even stack. Okay, it's only about 300 gil. Not anymore. Not anymore, it's not. Okay. 370. Okay. So now I have a nice, even stack. A nice, even stack to sell. Alright, and let's get rid of the rest of these. Again, I'm not really sure, like... It's a little hard to tell what the current price is on these robes, so I'm gonna go over the minimum right now, and hope it goes back up to 500, I guess, but... Because I feel like selling it for, like, under 300, that would... I could just vendor trash it at that point. Okay. So I got skill for some consumables. So I want to go to Biadu, right? I'm gonna stay as a slash thief because I have to get coffer keys, right? So that means I am gonna be using some sneak items. Probably a lot. So I'm gonna buy a whole extra stack. I don't think you need invisible, right? In Biadu, I think the only thing I have to worry about in Biadu is sound detection, right? 6,000 gil. I gotta say, I really wish that the stealth items, I really wish they did not cost so goddamn much money. Like, if they were even half of what they are, right? Like, if they sold for, like, 3,000 gil a stack, that would be a lot more acceptable. That would still be expensive considering how often you use them, but it would be, it would be much more reasonable. But having to, like, okay, I think the prism powder costs about the same, right? Oh, prism powder is cheaper. Oh. I mean, either way, so if you want a full stack of prism powder and silent oil, because you do often need both, that would be about 10,000, like it'd be over 10,000 gil, right? Considering that you can slam those things down to sneak through an area, like you can burn through a whole stack very quickly. Considering how often and how much you have to use them, I feel like they're so overpriced, but I guess it's the ingredients that are required to go into them, right? So I guess I get it on that level. Alright. Pet items. So, F carrot broth, what's it up to? 4,500. I'll take it. And hey there, Vexus. We're just kind of getting warmed up. I just hit level 67. And now I'm ready to maybe attempt my artifact chest piece in Biadieu. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I want to look through these. So the tiger, right? I got the tiger. Wait, what do you mean search failed? Okay, so the tiger. Wait. The tiger is only 4K right now. The tiger is actually cheaper than the carrot, like the carrot broth. I don't. What? I would consider the tiger to be the better pet. Huh. I kind of want to buy some while it's that cheap then. Like when I bought it before, I'm pretty sure it cost me like 5 or 6K when I bought it before. It's gone down a lot. I guess maybe like one guy is crafting a bunch right now, probably for skill ups. So he's just kind of unloading them, I would assume. I mean, yeah, while they're this cheap, I might as well get me another stack. But yeah, like, okay, so most of the pets, most of them, even the high quality, they're like between 4 and 8K, right? But then you got some crazy ones, like the homunculus, which I don't even know what that is. What even is that? I don't think I've seen that enemy type before. But yeah, it sells for 30,000 gil a stack. Now, see, that sounds like it. Well, it's gotta, you know, people are willing to pay that much for it for a reason, right? So like, it's gotta do something amazing, right? The mole broth. Oh my god. Up to 90,000 gil for just 12 pets. Like, that's gotta be some real amazing shit, right? Life Drinker Lars. I guess that's a leech. Yeah, like, look. So, I don't know, to me it's kind of crazy that things sell for that much if they're not, like, if they are not just objectively better than the cheaper pets. I don't get it, but I guess situational, right? Maybe they're very good in certain situations. You know, like people said earlier, right? Like, they have some special things they do that are good, but it's just, to me, if I'm paying that much, right? If I am paying like 90,000 gil when I could just be paying 4,000 gil for something similar, right? I wouldn't do that. Like, I just don't even understand. Yeah, I guess to me, I think this situation happens a lot in Final Fantasy XI. Like, I think there are lots of things in this game where an item costs disproportionately more than it really should for how actually worthwhile it is, right? I can think of a lot of items in the game that they cost a lot, but it's really only because the materials that go into it cost a lot, right? Or they're worth a lot. But the actual item might just be barely useful, right? And I don't know, I understand it, but I've always had a bit of a problem with that, you know? Like, it probably shouldn't be that way. Alright, so let's see. I don't think anything was going on. I'm always kind of trying to keep an eye out for things people are doing in Yell, but I don't think anything I need to get on. So yeah, I guess I'm just going out to Beadue now. So I have 2 stacks of Silent Oil, a stack of Prism Powder. I think I pretty much have everything I might need or want, right? I have enough inventory space too. Only thing, let's see. So when you're in Beadue, there's that whole. So you have to go through the muter things, right? And then the afflictors that curse you. So you have to get muted so you don't get cursed. It might be worthwhile to bring some cure curse stuff in, but I guess I don't think that'll happen outside of the things, right? And like being muted doesn't really do anything to me as a slash thief. I don't cast spells, so I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Oh, my health is low. I'll rest my health up when I'm actually in Beadue, which I believe Beadue is a zone that had music added to it recently, I think. Again, I took a brief look at the list and then I just forgot half of it. But the music they added to the Quicksand Cave, like, oh, that was good. I like that. Good choice. So we'll see. I always like to sample all of the additions, just for fun. Oh, apparently I missed Durfland. I just skimmed right over Durfland. My brain just auto-filtered it, I guess. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, the old sub-white mage in Kursna, because then you don't have to get the affliction, right? You don't have to get muted, but I mean the thing is, right? It's just mute and curse. If you're muted, you don't get cursed, and being silenced doesn't do anything to me if I don't cast spells, right? The thing is, I need to grind a coffer key, right? I have to fight fairly difficult things for a coffer key. So I'd like to fight as few of them as possible. So I'm going in with Thief as my sub. I normally I would go in with slash white mage, but since random chance is a huge factor with this, I'd prefer to have random luck on my side. And I'm willing to burn through multiple stacks of silent oil. So I think I'll be okay on this one. It's just I kind of learned my lesson about farming for coffer keys without any form of treasure hunter. I learned my lesson about that. It doesn't go good. Like I know Treasure Hunter 1 it only provides a very small boost, but I notice it. Like whenever I have Thief as my sub job, whenever I do, I get coffer keys, I get drops, right? It might take a little while, but I get them. And I noticeably get more of them than if I didn't have it. So, yeah. So I don't know exactly where the Ancient Quadovs, I believe that's the one I want to go for. I'm not exactly sure where they are in Beadue. I think they're both in Beadue and the Dome, right? But I don't think I have to go into the Dome. The coffers are just in normal Beadue, I believe. I think. Yeah. So, okay. So I think some of the Ancient Quadovs, they're probably in the northeast corner of Beadue, if I had to guess. They're probably around that area, or they're down in the cave. There's like a tunnel entrance in the northeast corner. They're probably there, if I had to guess. I don't, for once, I actually don't have all the maps pulled up. I have a coffer map, but I don't have just a general map of Beadue pulled up on a wiki. I've been through Biadu a few times now, and it's not, I don't think it's that complex of a layout. It's also very open, so you can just sort of run from point A to point B a lot. If I get really turned around and confused, then I'll consult the dark forces of the internet, but otherwise, I'm gonna try my hand at just sort of feeling the area out. And the only map I got up is the coffer map. Yeah, the northeast caves. That's, the main thing is, I think I know how to get there. I'm pretty sure I remember how to get there. So I'm gonna test my knowledge on this one. Also, the journey just from the outpost to the zone edge it's deceptively long in this area. Like, from here to here, it doesn't feel like it should be that long, but it's actually quite a while. I think mostly because it does all these, like, winding paths, right? Yeah, that's what I was worried about. That's what I'm really worried about, is that, that I won't be able to pull because they tend to be cluttered and they link by sound. Like, that's why I feel like I might need help on this one. But I'm gonna see what I'm up against, right? Like, if I can single pull anything, then I'm gonna try and do that. Or what I could do, I mean, as a Beastmaster, I do have options, right? So, okay, there are some animals that you can charm in Biadu, right? They don't have to be, like, they don't have to be high level or nothing. But what I could do is I could, like, charm a pet and then use that as sort of a sacrifice to body pull the Quadav that I need. And then once it dies, I summon my real pet, right? And, you know, then I can fight it on its own. That is a really awkward way to do it, and it's gonna burn through pet jugs, right? But if I can, like, if it works, right? Alright, so I think this is one of the new musics they added, I think, but I'm not sure. I can't remember if there was music in Biadu last time I was here. Alright, let me take a quick look at the map. So, if I remember correctly, I need to go around to here, right? So I go here, and that'll put me down in a cave system. I vaguely remember the cave system, but that should come out like, I think that comes out around here, then I go down, get up on here, then go back around, just kind of trace the edge of the map, and then, yeah, so this area, right? Specifically more, I think the cave, I believe the cave is like, I believe it's right here, and that's where the coffers will be. But I think I should be able to kill some ancient Quadavs, like, just out and around here, I think. Oh yeah, I remember, there's like a pen full of sheep. But yeah, I don't know if they can be tamed or not. Oh, I really should have told my pet to rest. Well, I guess he doesn't, you know... There's a lot of low-level Quadavs in here, right? Yeah, look, it's only level 27 in the first area, so... Yeah, I can tell my pet to just stay and rest, and by the time I get to where the enemies are actually tough, he should be fine. He should have his HP up. Oh hey, fellow Playor! Fishhawk. Huh. Also, thanks, Anadrain. I try to be more on top of that. But once I get into a place like this, I'm like, you know, my eyes are either glued to a wiki or to the map or to what's in front of me. I get real focused on it. Oh yeah, there's crawlers in the caves. True. Oh, I remember. There's at least one type of Quadav that has like true hearing, right? I'm not sure if I actually have to go by those to get to the coffers. But I know they were something I had to worry about when I was doing the Magicite mission, I think. Or maybe it was my limit break, or maybe both, I'm not sure. But I forgot, there's crawlers, which crawlers detect by sound too, right? There's sound, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know what level they are. If they're a decent level, then I might just be able to just fight with them, right? Because, you know, charmed pets are super expendable, so we'll see. Alright, so yeah, I vaguely remember all of this, so yeah, you gotta get muted. Doesn't affect me, I'm not a spellcaster. But now I can't be cursed. So let's get in there and do it. I had to do this, I had to do this whole route more than 2 times. I think I had to do this route like 3 or 4 times now, and especially because of the afflictors and stuff. The whole thing is kind of burned in my memory at this point. So I'll check the in-game map a lot, but I don't think I need to look at a wiki for like a more specific instruction. Well, yeah, I know the Black Mage Quadavs. I mean, a Black Mage is never a fun time, but I know mainly I want to look out for the ones that are, they'll be a named monster, so they'll stand out. I forget their name exactly, but the ones that are NMs, they'll stand out. And those can true hearing me. But again, I'm not 100% sure. I may not have to go by them, because I remember running into those in Kowloon Dome, and I don't think I have to go in there for this. So, like, wikis for just the enemies that drop coffer keys, they say they drop in Biadu, which that's the area out here, right? So I assume that there might be a few ancient Quadavs just out and about. Also, I do kind of like the look of this place. It's a little drab, right? It's a little muddy and brown. Like, normally I'd call a very brown color palette muddy, but like, literally, right? Literally muddy palette. Mud everywhere. But I don't know, I like the look of the structures, I guess. The weird makeshift Quadav buildings and stuff. I like how they look. Alright, so yeah, I don't think I'm gonna run into actual hard ones until there's a certain point, yeah, when you get over to like the gate right here, that's when you'll run into the real Quadavs. But until then, it's smooth sailing. And I do appreciate that this zone it's actually a relatively open zone. You know, you're fairly free to just, you know, make a beeline for your target, right? None of that complex labyrinthian maze of the other dungeons, and I can appreciate that. Okay, yeah, I figured, yeah, I think both the coffer mobs and the coffers themselves, I don't think I have to go through any of the true sight stuff, or the true hearing stuff. And when it comes, okay, so when it comes to actually popping open a coffer, I'm not too worried. Like, I'm never worried about that because what I can always do is I can use the rabbit pet, send the rabbit in, like find a room with a coffer, and if it's got enemies around it, send the rabbit in, have it draw all the aggro in the room, and then whirl claws. Then I just run in, grab the chest, and then warp out, right? That's a pretty easy tactic I've developed for ninja-ing chests, right? Like, the pets have so much health. They have, like, I swear these pets have, like, they must have multiple thousands of HP. Mostly because I've seen them get, like, they've gotten grudged 4,000s of points of damage, and it actually doesn't hurt them that bad, so the pet is really good as a quick distraction maneuver. Like, that's actually why, for a long time, I was just farming tonberries, because, yeah, my pet was getting grudged for, like, 1,000 points of damage, but it barely did a dent in his health, so I feel like pets are just, they are built like literal tanks. Not like like, I don't mean a paladin or a warrior, I mean an armored vehicle. Okay, so we got Elder Quidovs, Emerald Quidovs. Yeah, these are still bordering on being too low level for me. Like, a lot of them are, yeah, they won't even bother me. So I'm just gonna work my way up to the tunnel there, but I think there's some coffer ones out here. I think. Could be wrong about that, but I think we might be able to find a few. I'd rather not fight everything. I'm trying to conserve my silent oils, but, you know, I'd rather not fight everything on the way, right? Would rather not do that. So, okay, I had a list of enemies that drop the coffer key. So let me pull that up. I closed it out and forgot to pull it back up. So it looks like it's Ancient, Dark Steel, Platinum, and Sapphire Quidovs. Those are the ones. And as far as level ranges go, so the Ancient Quidovs, they're the ones that they're the ones I'm shooting for. Their max level is 66, so I out-level them, right? That would be fine. But all the other Quidovs, their max level is either 69 or 71. Their minimum level is only like 63 or 64, but their max is over my level, so I wouldn't be able to take that. Okay. Oh, hey, right there! Look at that! They're just right here. Okay. Are there any more around? So there's a Topaz Quidov. Topaz does not drop it. Okay, but it seems like are there more? Are there more on the bottom layer? I wasn't really looking too hard at the bottom layer here, but okay, we got gold, topaz, mithril. So there may or may not be more of them just around. Oh, my pet unsummoned. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's the sheep, the bruise. I saw some pugils down here in the water, too. What level are those pugils? If I can charm a pet, that'd be great, but I don't really count on it. Big jaws. Yeah, they're... Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna use the rabbit. And I'm gonna use the rabbit because, you know, it has that, it has that whirl claws that I like so much. Okay, that looks like it's gonna be a caster, right? That looks like caster. So let's have him attack that. Yeah, it always sucks to fight two at the same time. What level is that? Okay, that's a level 62 enemy. So 62, you're getting up there, but I think we'll be okay, I think. Hopefully we'll be okay. I really should have brought some pet food. Really should have done that. I didn't use my brain. I did not use my brain. And now if the pet dies, is it a zone edge? It's not a zone, that's not a zone edge, right? Like, it doesn't zone out, I don't think. So, oh yeah, we might be in a little bit of trouble. I did not use head. Because Call Beast is, you know, that cooldown, right? Like, well, let's see if we can kill it. Like, nothing I can charm around here would really be able to stand up against this. And if it kills my pet, then we're, yeah, problems. So I'm thinking, okay, let's not do any more Whirl Claws. Let's use Wild Carrot, right? Like, Wild Carrot, it'll let the pet stay in the game a little bit longer. Man, I gotta think more often. Gotta use that brain. Oh god, my pet's just paralyzed. But I'm not paralyzed, and I do decent damage. Especially, hold up, I have my Meat Myth Kebabs. There we go. Okay, I can turn this around. Oh hey, now I'm in trouble. Okay, I gotta be careful. Right, because see, I'm not telling my pet to do Whirl Claws, so he's not pulling aggro like he should. Also, you know, he got paralyzed, right? And so cuts into his damage. Uh-oh. Is that a big one? Not too bad. Alright, I was a little worried there. I was a little worried that I just made a horrible mistake. But we're okay. Man, would it not have just been wonderful if he just dropped the coffer key, right? Like, if he just dropped it. I would have loved that so much. But yeah, so okay, like so now we know there is at least one ancient Quadav that we can kill, right? Like, no matter what, there is one ancient Quadav that is in a place where I can easily kill it and it's not an issue, right? At least one. Now, I don't know, we'll see if that luck holds, but yeah, I don't really know what to expect down in the cave. It's been a while since I've been down there. But yeah, let's rest up. And so part of me thinks just sit here, let things respawn, take them out one at a time when they respawn. And I mean, you know, you got Treasure Hunter 1, you'll get a key eventually, right? Part of me wants to play it super safe, but I would like to look around and see if maybe there's even better spots for the ancient Quadav. Or some of the other ones, like the other Quadavs work too. If they spawn in lower level than me. Alright, I'll go scout out ahead. So there's crawlers down here, right? And they, I'm not sure if they attack or not. Like, I'm not sure if they're hostile or not. Oh, hold up, what do we got? We got a Mithril Quadav. They don't drop what I need. Gold, Mithril Gold, okay, let's rub that oil on. Alright, just lube up and get in there. Okay, so the Mithril Gold, they don't drop a key. Topaz, Steel, Larva. Okay, Larva are, yeah, they're way too weak. Way too weak. Alright, So yeah, this is down in the caves where the coffers will be. So that's the Afflictor right there. Oh, okay, so there's the Platinums, the Ancients. They are both under my level, actually. Like, they're both under my level. I could take them. I'm not sure I could take them at the same time, but they are both under my level. Oh, Sapphire. So Sapphires do also drop the key, but that is an even match. Oh, hey, someone is poking me. What are they? Did they say something before that? Oh, 3-5. Yeah, not up to it yet. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't do all the prerequisite stuff. Yeah, I guess they just powered ahead, right? They just powered ahead. They left me in the dirt on that one. So here's the thing, right? Like, okay, there's a Platinum. The Platinum is lower level than me. So this room seems to have all the enemies I need, right? And the only one that's really a challenge is that Sapphire. Let's see if I can strategically pull it out. Shit. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, the Platinum moved at just the wrong time, okay? He moved at the absolute wrong moment. So I'm gonna have the pet, I'm gonna play it super safe with the pet, alright? I am gonna have the pet. The only thing that pet is gonna do is he's gonna wild carrot himself, maybe Dust Cloud? I don't know. Yeah, do a Dust Cloud. Okay, the only thing I gotta watch out for is those other two Quadav. If they start coming over here, then we got problems. But the thing is, if it kills my pet, which I'm pretty sure it will, when it kills my pet, I can back off and the aggro, like, I should be able to get him to get out of this room without pulling the other one out. Because the other Quadav has not aggroed me personally yet. It's only aggroed my pet. Oh, Eroga 3, get me the fuck out of here. Yeah, so my pet going down, but that's okay. Alright, be ready to pop up another one. Oh, he's doing... Oh god, he's quaking me! Shit! Shit! Yeah, okay. As long as I'm out of his range, right, I'm fine, right? As long... Like, he has to physically still be within range to quake me. So as long as he, yeah, as long as I'm not there, yeah, he can't quake. Stonega 3, that also sucks. Oh, I was hitting the wrong enemy. Okay. That is quite a lot of damage. I don't like that. So yeah, this could have gone a little more elegantly. You know, could have done a better job here, but I think we're getting it. I think we're getting it done. I just have to be very careful that it doesn't AoE me to death. But otherwise, I think we're okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that was the hard one. That was the hard Quadav in the room. The other Quadav are under my level, so I have free reign to just pull them out at my leisure now. So I think this is a good room to farm up for coffer keys, I think. It's a little rough, alright? It's a little rough, although it is good EXP. Great EXP. Yeah, I know, there's a lot of things to make me a little nervous, a little anxious in here. But I think we found our room, right? At least until a higher level Quidov spawns. If a higher level one spawns, then it all falls apart. But as long as they stay at level 67 and under, I can do it. Like, I'm good as long as I can do that. And then, of course, there's the one ancient Quidov up top. That one I can just always kill, right? Alright, so my pet got choked. He's just gonna be useless for a little bit. Alright. Well, resting my health up. I don't like to be down in the yellow. But yeah, it feels good. This is doable. It's very doable. I was really thinking, like, honestly, I thought this was gonna be the real hard one, right? But I mean, I guess it's only hard in the sense that it is the highest level one. But all you gotta do is level up more, and then you're good, right? Like, that's not really hard or challenging. It's just you have to level up more. Okay, Platinum Quidov, get your ass over here. And I'm gonna pull him out of the room just to be safe. Alright, so he is a knife user. I assume that means he's like a thief, right? I assume. And this one is, yeah, this one is one level lower than the last one, so I should be able to kill him just fine. See, this is another reason I like the rabbit pet. It's not just that he's really cheap, and I do like his Whirl Claws attack, right? But I also really like him because he can heal himself, right? That wild carrot. It's not a big heal, it's really not. But in instances like this, where you have to fight a slightly tougher enemy, it can keep the pet in the fight just long enough to stall for time, so that I can call Beast again, right? Like, it's really good for that. I find that sometimes in this game, really all you're doing and all that matters is that you can stall for time. Oh, triple attack. I was triple attack with 2 criticals. Again, I love Thief, but I was gonna follow up with my first attack with a weapon skill, but that would have pretty much pulled aggro on me immediately. Oh, there goes another one. I'll follow this one up. God damn, I missed my sight. I missed my Vorpal sight. But yeah, I absolutely, I don't care what no one says, I absolutely love Slash Thief. I love it. Alright, well, Whirl Claws, that might finish him off. There we go. Are you shitting me? A plain ass beast coin? Like one of the... Yeah, a bronze beast coin. Huh. Been a while since I seen one of them. Oh, I took no damage at all from that, so just letting the pet heal up. Alright, the other two... A 66, a 65. Okay, so the ancient Quidovs are the low ones. I want to pull one out before, you know, before they start respawning, because they are gonna start respawning, but Also, how big is that room? It's actually a fairly large room. There might be more Quidov in there, like, deeper in the room. Also, let's see, where we're at, we should be seeing coffers, like, in this area. Yeah, there's potentially 2 coffers just in that room. But I don't think any of them are actually there, yeah. So there's 2 potentials, but none are actually present in the room. Man, I'm excited now. Like, I'm actually within reach of getting my full set of artifact armor. It's not, I know for veteran players that's not a huge milestone, but for me, it's the biggest milestone. Like, I've always seen people running around with their artifact armor since back in the day, and you know, I could never get anyone to help me with anything, and I didn't know what I was doing, and it was always just so above me, right? Like, the idea of getting a full set of artifact armor and all that, it was just unthinkable to me, right? Like, that was just too hard, no one will help, it's never gonna happen. But here we are. Here we are, and again, I know that, like, if you just hop on retail, you could probably do this super easy, but doing it more or less the way that it was intended originally, with all the difficulty intact, right? Like, that is what I want. Oh, so, yeah, I'm gonna body pull that one. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I thought, silly me, I thought I could run around the torch. Silly me. Clearly my character, she's just far too fat to slip around the side of the torch. Alright, so I think, again, because I'm trying to keep a good rate of kill here, so that things don't respawn too hard. So I'm gonna use Wild Carrot rather than the Whirlpools. Like, even if I don't have to, just keeping the pet's health up is a good idea. Oh, I think, did I get a triple? Maybe? I don't know. Hits were just firing off there for a second. Oh, yeah, that one's a triple. That's gonna pull, I got it. So I have to Whirlpools then, right? Now I have to do it. I will say, like, when I'm just soloing with, well, not just when I'm soloing, when I'm in a party, for instance, if I get a really lucky triple hit, like, if I hit 3 times in a row and they all land, and let's say, you know, 2 or more of them are critical hits, and my scythe procs, which that has actually happened before. When that happens, like, when you get really lucky with it, you just pull aggro. Like, the enemy wants your ass when you do that. And then if you follow it up with a weapon skill, no one's pulling it off you now. Oh hey, I got a warrior's testimony. And the coffer, I got the coffer key, sweet. I'm gonna rest up now, and then we're gonna make a coffer trip. That wasn't half bad. I'm gonna be honest, that was the easiest coffer out of all of them. Like, that one dropped the fastest out of any of the coffers that I've done. Alright, so there might be a coffer a little deeper in. I think I have to use the silence thing anyway, so okay. We'll go a little deeper, and then we have to hunt the coffer down, if it's not up ahead. Oh, I can taste it. I can taste that armor. I'm getting all anxious. So anxious I have to go to the bathroom, but look, bathroom can wait. Alright, bathroom can wait till that armor piece is in my hands. then we can go to the bathroom. Not before. But how much EXP did I get? I wasn't down here. Yeah, I really wasn't here that long. I want to get my safety EXP, you know, that 2,900. But I think once we're done with this, I think maybe just go back to the quicksand cave. I like the quicksand cave. I honestly find it's a, I don't know, it's a very comfy place to kill things. Alright, so let's go ahead and silent oil up. Alright, so there's nothing, nothing in here. So I got a warrior testimony, right? That's for the warrior mat fight. I do need to get my hands on a testimony, actually. I need to get my hands on a Beastmaster testimony. That's something I do have to do. But I guess I can just delete the warrior one. I mean, I can't make use of that, right? I guess if I ever go main warrior, I guess, but otherwise doesn't do me any good. Alright, so there are no coffers here. Oh wait, is that? No, that's my eyes. That's my eyes. For a second, I thought that was a coffer over there, but it's like, no, that wouldn't make sense, and it was just a bit of an optical illusion on my end. Okay, so we got muted. Now, there are 5 coffers up ahead, and they're actually they are actually in areas that really make a lot of sense. For once, right? For once, they're in places that make some goddamn sense. Wow. Well, shit. I'll take it. Okay. Trade. Yoink. Man, I just yoinked that, and I didn't even have to use the pet. I didn't even have to sacrifice him. Man, this one came out good. Like this was the most smooth coffer run I have made. Out of all of the stuff I've had to do for all my artifact equipment, this was damn smooth. It was smooth, it was easy, it was hassle-free. Like, compared to Garlage, right? Compared to Garlage, or, I mean, hell, even the Crawler's Nest wasn't really very fun. Like, the Crawler, well, I think the problem with the Crawler's Nest is that I went in without, I went in with White Mage as my sub, because I was nervous about that. But then it took me forever to get a kill, right? It took forever to get the coffer. Or to get the key. And then actually getting the coffer, I had to go through the maze that is the Crawler's Nest, right? So yeah, nice and easy. I'm gonna put this in my, I'm gonna put it in my Mog wardrobe, and then I'll take a look at it. I gotta get a good look at my character with all the artifact stuff on. Like all of it. Hold up, we need the weapon on too. Oh man, it's so long to load. I don't really use the artifact axe anymore. That's, you know, not really something I need to use, but just, you know, just for the look, right? Just for the look. It'll also feel really good to get out of that level 11 chest piece. Okay, so storage, wardrobe. Alright, there we go. Now, anything else I want to store while I'm here? So I got lots of tiger pets. I'm gonna put that in storage. Gonna put my meat myth kebabs in storage. Just kind of cut down on storage space in general. Do I need to have silent oil on me? Not really. Like, if I'm not doing something that requires me to sneak around, it's not really a whole lot of purpose to having it on me. Okay, looks good. Also, did any of my junk sell? You know, while we're here, right? Some of my dark crystals sold. That's good. Alright. Time. Look at that. From 11 defense to 44. Yeah, that upgrade was a long time coming. It's just I didn't need it because, you know, I don't normally take much damage. So okay, this Jack coat. 20 HP, 3 vitality, 3 accuracy, so it's very good personal stats. And it augments reward and charm +5. Very, very nice. Alright, so lock style off. Alright, here we go. This is it. I am one with the sheep. I am full sheep mode. So, man, it feels good. Oh, nice. Look, I can't help it. I just tend to fight things that, you know, they give dark crystals. I like the quicksand caves. I think Antikins are pretty fun to fight. And also, I mean, they have good loot, too. Oh, look, someone's doing ZM5. I need ZM4. Man, every party wants to do Sky, and I feel so left behind. But I don't even have the 4th Zilart mission. I need that. Gotta go to the Temple of Ugalepi, right? Well, let me see. Maybe someone else might have undercut me. Oh, no, okay. Nice! I did buy a lot, right? I bought a bunch of, you know, the sneak oils and some pet jugs, so having my dark crystal sell like that takes the edge off of things. Like, no matter how much gil I have, and this is how I operate no matter what game I play, no matter how much I have, I look at it kind of like, you know, well, in this session, how much did I spend, and how much did I make, and I try to at least even that out, right? I know you can't always do that, but I try. Alright, so I got my complete look. So, thoughts on my artifact armor. So as far as visuals, which I will admit, I mostly wanted it for the look, it doesn't look bad. It looks, I mean, it certainly looks like a Beastmaster armor, right? Certainly. But I don't know, I don't think I really, I don't know, I don't think it really gels with my character too much. I might use some of it, right? I might use some of the parts, but probably not all of them. Probably not all. Like, I'm kind of wondering how the chest piece would look with different sets. Like, okay, I really like the red cap, right? I really like that. Looks fine with the red cap. So for pants, well, okay, like those boots just go with everything, right? Then the fisherman's hose and the, let's see, the fisher's gloves. I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't quite look right. I think the problem with the artifact stuff is very rarely does it look good if you don't wear the full set. Like, this is fine, I guess. Like, it's fine, but I don't know, like, I feel like no one piece of the armor really meshes with with other mixed gear, so it's okay. It's alright. Mostly, I'm just happy to have it, right? Happy to have a nice full set. But my Demon Slicer's better damage than my my little level 40 axe. And as much as I like this armor, it's great. I love it. I finally did it. I beat the game. Well, this is my first I beat the game moment, right? This is the first I beat it moment. I got my full artifact set. Like I am. That is a goal. That is one of my long-term goals with Final Fantasy XI. So one down. One down. Alright, and now we just, we use lock style and never look at that ever again. I think the problem really is that it just, visually, it doesn't really gel with mixed armor sets. Not really. Maybe I can find something that it works with eventually, but not right now. So for now, we go back to the classic. This is the classic double-us. Okay, well, I guess I'll keep my sub-job as what it is. And let me think what I want to do. I honestly thought it would take a lot longer than it did. I thought it would have taken much longer to get my coffer. So I did a little grinding, I got my coffer. I could beg people for ZM4. I could do that. But I don't know. The thing is, yesterday I got so many missions in, right? I got so many missions done. Felt good. I kind of missioned myself out, I think. I missioned out. Oh, but you know what I could do? You know what I could do? We do still have, do I have it up on the wiki? I don't have it up on the wiki anymore. But what I was thinking is we're on chapter 3 of Promathia now, right? We could continue the talky story parts of that, right? I do feel bad that I missed out on 3.5. Apparently, if I had done all the talky parts already and I was ready, I could have joined them on 3.5, and I guess they're just gonna whiz along now. But I'll take it at my own pace. I'll get it on my own time. So let's see, 3-1, right? Yeah. So I beat the mammoths. I went to South Gustaberg, so now I have to go to Port Bestock, and I should get a, I should get a cutscene. So, yeah, let's do that, why not? I'll just take the airship there, too. Since it's, the mission is at the airship dock. Makes sense to me. I kind of wish there was like some, I don't know, some grand reward to Horizon for getting all your artifact pieces. I really wish there was some kind of thing that would unlock, or it would do something. It's fine that there isn't, but yeah, it would have been nice, right? It would have been nice. Oh, I just realized I still have my EXP boost, but it's on for like 2 hours, right? That should be more than enough time for me to go and get a few cutscenes, right? And then we can go back to the quicksand caves. But before I do that, there's another. Oh god, there's a whole other thing. How could I forget? The daily fish, because I want to get the daily fish before it resets, right? I looked it up earlier, and I believe for my rank of fisher, some kind of bass that starts with a Z. I believe that's what the fish of the day is, and it's worth over 2,000 points. I'm actually trying to get those guild points. so, okay, what... I just remember it's some kind of bass, right? It starts with a Zathmlug bass. There we go. 4,000 gil a stack. Ow. So, hey, I guess I need a lot, right? I'm a journeyman, which is, I looked it up earlier. It's still Zathmlug, right? That's the one for journeyman, I think. I did check it earlier, but okay. So I think you need like 29 of them. I would hate to have to buy more than one stack because I'm not going to use it. So I got 24, right? Okay, I need 27. So I need to buy 3 more bass then. If I don't get all of the points, like if it comes down to either get all the points or buy more fish than you need to buy, I'd rather just, you know, I can do without a few hundred points, right? The main thing is I'm trying to do these every day, right? I'm trying to get my daily fish in, which I know I am so anti-dailies, but I stand by it. I don't hate these. Like, these don't upset me in the way that most dailies in MMOs do. It's a minor thing. It's not a seasonal thing. Like, the items I get, I'm gonna use forever. And I don't have to really do anything. All I have to do is buy fish and then give them to the guild guy, right? Like, I don't have to do anything, not really. So I'm okay with it here. Alright, so I got my fish, but, well, let me think. Got my fish. Do I want to go to Bastok first and do the cutscenes? Because I would like to get caught up on that. Or do I get my fish in? I think I have, like, well, I think there's still a few hours before that resets, right? There's a few hours before it resets. Okay, well that one's arriving in 8 minutes. Yeah, I got a few hours, so, let's go to Windurst first. And I'll just take the airship. I mean, I know that the outpost... Well, I don't know. Okay, for Windurst, for the fishing guild. Especially with Flea, the outpost is probably quicker than... Well, how long would I have to wait on the airship? If I have to wait longer than, like, a few minutes, it would definitely be quicker to take the outpost. 4 minutes. Honestly, in 4 minutes time, I could already be halfway to Windurst, so... And then you still gotta, you know, you gotta wait on the airship, so... I think the outpost is quicker. Yeah, so I have time to get my fish in, it's just I'm trying to be diligent about it, right? I'm trying to remember to do it every day, because there are a lot of items that I want. So, I mean, the immediate thing I want the waders, right? They're like 70,000 points, it's crazy. But I really want the waders. Like that extra skill point, right? That one extra fishing skill point, I want it. And also they look cool. Like it's one of the sort of high boot style items, but with a unique pattern. And it's level 1 all job, so like for style, for fashion purposes, right? Which you gotta keep. Look, the fashion quest is real. For fashion purposes, yeah, you gotta have that, right? A lot of the guild items, you gotta have that for fashion purposes, but it's also got a practical function too. So that's the first thing I want, and that's gonna be 70,000 points. Oh god, yeah, there might be. I don't even think I have access to that yet. I probably have to be higher rank to even look at that. But like what I can buy right now. Yeah, the waders, I really want that. There's also a key item, too. there's a couple key items that I will want, but I guess immediately there's the frog fishing key item, right? That lets you catch frogs a little more reliably. Like, I don't know, I looked at kind of the chart of fish, and I can very certainly avoid frogs. Like, I don't have to catch frogs in order to level up, but it would give me more options. Like, it would give me more fish that I can catch for profit reasons. But yeah, I would say that most of the fishing guild stuff is, like, it's stuff that I want. I really, really want it. I just sort of hate how you're... Like, I do hate how it is limited per day. I do kind of hate that, I will admit. Like, I wish instead of, like, every... Well, I guess if it was every in-game day, that would actually maybe be too fast, right? Like, by the time you get the fish, that it might have rolled over. But I do wish it wasn't quite as limited as it is. I mean, every day is fine. It won't take that long to get everything I want, but it'll still take a while. Like, it'll take months to get everything I want. Possibly years. And that's not like a, you know, that's not necessarily a happy proposition, right? But the thing is, I guess the way to look at it is, the items that I will get, they aren't, it's not a short-term thing, right? Like in Final Fantasy XIV, for instance, you know, they have like a similar thing in FF14, although it's not limited by day. You can just keep turning stuff in, right? But in that game, the stuff that you would buy, like your kind of fishing guild equivalent or whatever, right? I mean, that stuff is constantly rolling over. It's just, it's an item level thing, right? You know, get your Fisher 200 stuff, and then, you know, a few months later, your Fishing 230 stuff, etc. It's a seasonal thing, so it makes sense in that you don't take like weeks or months or years to get all the items. It makes sense because it's, yeah, you're just gonna have to buy new ones anyway. But these items, like the key items especially, like I am gonna be using those just forever, right? The key items, I will always make use of that. The actual items, like the waders and stuff like that, I am always going to have a use for it. So in that regard, I guess it makes sense, right? It makes sense that it's gonna take a while. It's a long-term project. Alright, got 2,480 points. So my total, I'm up to 15,000 points so far. And I got all my points, okay. I got real lucky one time. Like one time, the fish of the day, it was something that was worth a lot. Like, I think I got like 4,000, maybe more than 4,000 points in one day. This is something that I kind of find weird, and I'm not sure why it works like this, but what I find to be very strange is that the fish of the day for each rank, I find it very strange that it isn't confined to that rank itself, you know? Yeah, like, the thing is that there are certainly fish, that you can trade in that will give you tons of points, right? Like, just tons of points. And it's not even like they're super expensive or anything, it's just different point values. But I find it really weird how sometimes, like, I'm a journeyman, right? And sometimes, like, yeah, the fish of the day will be like a recruit level fish. And so it's worth like no points, and I hate that. I hate it. Like, why doesn't it at least give you the rank you are? But I guess the thing is you have to... I guess you sort of have to keep your eye on things, and I guess you just gotta wait for, like, the really good ones, because, you know, spending a lot of gil to make, like, 1,000 or 2,000 points, that doesn't feel good. But then you might spend the same or less amount of gil and get 4,000, 6,000 points, right? But if you never turn in the small items, then you're going to be missing out on a lot of points in the long run. So you kind of want to do them all, even if you don't get much out of it. And I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of how the guilds work. I'm not against the whole guild point system. I'm not against it, but I do feel like, I don't know, there should be some maybe additional options to get guild points. Something else that you could do for points? I don't know. Is there anything else you can do for points? I don't think so. Okay, so I want to just take a quick look. Like, what am I working for? So yeah, I already got a robber rig, which I find it a little bit crazy that the robber rig only costs 1,500 points. But you can sell it on the auction house for 15k or more. And I guess it sells like that because you're kind of sacrificing your guild points to make money, right? But yeah, I guess if you wanted to, you could just spend all your guild points on that and make a little profit, but... Oh yeah, there's the Fisherman's Belt, so enchantment fishing support. Now here's the thing, I don't know if anybody here would even know, right? I don't know if anyone would know, but so okay, when it comes to enchantments on items, some enchantments, like, some of them refresh their charges, but most of them don't. Now, I have difficulty to tell the ones that do and don't, but my understanding, or at least how I think it works. So this has like a blue highlight, right? Like the text is in blue. So if it's in blue, that means it refreshes, right? If it's just white text, that means it doesn't. But I'm not sure if that's accurate or not. If the Fisherman's Belt recharges, I would actually buy that. Like that, I would actually totally buy that if it recharges. But I'd rather, I would rather go with something, I don't know. Like I really want the waders, you know. It's 70,000 points, but it's yeah, it's a one more skill point than the standard fishing gear, and it looks cool, right? Now there are key items too. So yeah, frog fishing is 30,000 points. I want that eventually, but I can wait. But let me check something. So, okay, let's look at my warp cudgel. Yeah, see, my warp cudgel, that doesn't recharge, and the text is in white, right? But then if I look at, I don't know, my custom top, right? Now this recharges, the text is in blue. So I assume blue information, blue means recharges, white means it doesn't. I think that's how it works. Like if the fisherman, like if that one thing, if it doesn't recharge, then that's just trash, right? For 10,000 points, that's trash. So I would assume for 10,000 points, it's not trash. I would assume it recharges. So the thing is, I tried to look this up, right? I tried to look it up and see if anybody would, like, point me in the right direction, but I really couldn't find anything that confirms this, right? Like, I didn't see it. I tried to Google up recharging items in FF11, and I couldn't see anything that actually mentioned that, yes, blue means it recharges, white means it doesn't. I couldn't find anything about that. But it's just something I noticed, so I don't know, it feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's a bit of a gamble for the point cost, but Like, look, once I get my waders, once I get my key items, you know, once I get the things I most definitely want and need, once I get all that taken care of, then I'm more willing to do stuff like that. But I guess the problem is, by that point, I'm probably gonna be maxed out for fishing at that point. But there is, well, hold up, there is still a reason to boost your fishing skill even higher, right? Like, okay, let's say you're fishing 100, right? There is still a reason to boost it, right? Like, even if you don't need it in order to catch the fish, having a higher skill, it makes the fish catch faster, right? I've noticed that, like, if your skill, the higher your skill is relative to the fish, the faster you catch it, the easier you catch it. So, I mean, that might be a reason, even if if I'm already 100 by that point. Yeah, and I think there's like the legendary fish. I assume they're really hard to catch, right? So I guess having that extra boost might be something you want, I would assume. I guess when it comes to fishing skill and boosting it, and I've actually, like, when I was just fishing in Sandoria for a bit one time, I did have someone just ask me, like, if the fishing gear was worth it, which I asked that. You know what? When I first started on Horizon, I asked if the fishing gear was worth it. Seems to be a common question. But it's because, okay, my understanding is that the way this game works, like, the main reason you want to boost your fishing skill is just so you can catch higher level fish. But if you're not catching, like, super high level fish, I guess technically you don't need it, but all the same, it does make catching fish easier. It makes it quicker, right? So I guess that is always a reason to increase your skill. Okay, yeah, so I guess, yeah. I guess, get every little boost you can possibly get. Good idea. Alright, I was gonna change my class out and do a warp back. Alright, man, those dark crystals. Paying for my fish. That's another thing. So, like, now that I'm doing the guild point thing every day, I guess I could go out and catch the fish myself, but to keep things time efficient, I just buy them. The problem is that fish can actually get expensive. Like, I dropped what? I dropped over 8,000 with the 300-400. Yeah, I dropped almost 10,000 gil on fish today. And I'm gonna have to buy more when the day rolls over, right? So, like, when you've got to buy, like, I have my normal consumables that I buy, and now I have to buy fish every day, and yeah, it all gets kind of costly. It gets a little bit costly. But, going out and catching fish is always it's always an option. It's just it's often not a good use of your time. Like, in the time that you save by buying the fish, you could go out and, like, kill something for more money, or catch a fish that's worth more. But I like having to make those judgment calls, right? It's like, I know that it might not seem like it, but having to make judgment calls about, cost, like, cost efficiency analysis, that is a gameplay mechanic, right? That's game mechanics. The mechanic is that you have to make a judgment call on that, and there's lots of judgment calls in this game. I don't know, for me, I find it makes the game a lot more fun. It's better than just not having to make any choices ever, right? As in Final Fantasy XIV. Alright, so warping back to Juno, and then I'm gonna change class back to what I was. And then we go to Bastok and get some cutscenes. Get those good cutscenes. I'm still kind of kicking myself that, you know, I couldn't join in on my glorious Chinese link shell. That I couldn't join in on them with 3.5. But I didn't put the legwork in, right? I skipped leg day when it comes to cutscenes, so I get left behind. Alright, back to Beastmaster. But I guess outside of doing more missions and stuff, oh man, look at that. It feels so good when I switch out and it's like, oh yeah, yeah. But I guess my main goal is, now that I got my artifact stuff, my main goal now is, I guess the big one is to hit level 75, which, you know, the stopgap along the way is we have to hit level 70, and then we have to fight Matt, which apparently that's just easy. Apparently that's not a hard one. But I guess I also need to find a testimonial, right? I need to find a Beastmaster testimonial, which I did briefly look that up, and I think you can get that. So why am I going this way? Wrong way. I think you can get the Beastmaster testimonial from certain goblins at Cape Terragon. Oh, I want that crown! But yeah, I might be able to kill those goblins already, but I'm not sure. I was just gonna go ahead and wait till I'm level 70, because that's level 70 is when I want to fight Matt. All right. So I was gonna wait till I hit 70, then get the testimonial, and then do the fight. Yeah, so I hear it's a joke, but I guess I kind of, you know, it's years of hype, right? It is years of never being able to level up in this game past like 50, and just hearing all of the things that people go through, and thinking that like this is gonna be the hardest fight in my life, right? Like I gotta prepare. This is gonna be the moment, right? The ultimate challenge. It'll be like oh god, what's that one fight that actually, at least as a kid, it gave me trouble in Final Fantasy 4 or 2 in the US, where you have like the mirror fight to become a paladin in that game. I think I just missed the boat. Did I? No, boat hasn't arrived yet. But like I thought it was gonna be one of those moments, right? It's the the mirror fight from Final Fantasy 4. But I guess not. Yeah, I've heard Bard is a challenge, and then well, I guess the challenge of Red Mage is just that, so my understanding is that Matt basically uses all of your abilities too, right? Red Mage has a lot of abilities. Like, Red Mage has a lot of shit they can pull out of their ass. So I imagine that's why that would be a bit tricky, right? I mean, if you think about it like that, yeah, like, what does Beastmaster have, right? Like, I mean, there's not really a whole lot I can do as a Beastmaster, and my pet, even in the Matt fight, I mean, I guess my Call Beast could still come up, so, you know, the pet's expendable, right? And I assume I just have to kill Matt, so, yeah, I guess, kind of makes sense that's not such a tricky one. There we go, getting my look back. I guess I just, yeah, like, I hype myself up, what can I say? What can I say? But you can understand where I'm coming from, right? As someone that back in the day, I never got over, like, level 50, and even on private servers, I've never really leveled up much past that. Like, this is as far as I've ever gotten. I had never gotten a piece of artifact armor, even, before doing it on Horizon here. So for me, the idea and all the horror stories that I had heard back in the day about the mat fight, like, I thought, yeah, I thought it was gonna be some kind of ultimate challenge, but, like, I really hyped myself up for it. Like, I thought we were gonna get, like, I don't know, the Sephiroth theme kicks in, and and it's just this, you know, this all-out fight to the death. That's what I thought, but I guess not. Yeah, I guess, you know what, I do actually want to level up Bard at some point. I do like Bard. So outside of Beastmaster, the classes that I have interest in are Paladin. Probably that'll be the one I do next. But yeah, I have interest for Paladin, Dark Knight even, for another DPS. Actually, you know what? Samurai too, kinda, but to keep it to what I definitely want to do. Paladin, Summoner, and Bard. Those are like the big ones that I want. And then when Ot Urgen, you know, when all that comes out, I want to do Puppet Master. Yeah, so there's a couple classes I want to take up all the way. But you don't technically, you only have to do the mat fight once, right? And hey there, VGFX. So my understanding is you only have to do the mat fight the one time, and then you're unlocked to 75 across the board, right? Okay, so you don't have to do them all, but you get a really neat cap for doing them all, right? So I guess, you know, if I really want to suffer, I guess I'll level every job up to 75. If I really want to, you know, just put me in the gimp suit, right? But for right now, I'm just focusing on, yeah, I'm just focusing on getting Beastmaster up to 75. But man, it feels so close now, right? Like, I'm up to 67. Whenever I get a party, like a Beastmaster party, generally speaking, the Beastmaster parties I join, they make at least 10,000 EXP an hour, which you know me, I don't care about leveling speed. If a group is fun and I'm having a fun time, I don't really care how slow it is. But that said, like, Beastmaster parties go damn quick, and like, at that rate, I could level up to 70 and then 75 in no time. And a lot of them go way faster than that even. And then, oh yeah, then you've got, well, you know, you have your EXP band every week. You've got Eco Warrior every week. Like, level 75 is really not that far away. Like, I don't think it'll take me more than a month to hit 75. I mean, hell, it might not even take me more than, like, 2 weeks if I really work on it. But I'm not trying to rush the game. I don't want to rush. But I gotta be honest, I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do once I hit 75. Like, that's something I'd never really thought about, right? Like, yeah, I do want to go back and, you know, I do want to go back to level 1 and level up other classes, and I do want to max out my fishing. I would like to max out at least one trade skill. I'd like to level all the trade skills up to, like, as high as they can go without, you know, going, like, without, kind of costing me in a different trade skill, which I think that's either 50 or 60, right? That's like the normal limit. But yeah, I want to do that, and I would like to, oh yeah, I'd still like to complete all the stories, right? I would like to complete all the Promathia, Zalar Nation missions. That's gonna take a real long time. So there is still things to do, of course, and I still haven't tried a single BCNM. Okay, 60 for the trade skills. I always thought it was 50 for some reason. Well, so yeah, I want to have every trade skill up to 60, just to have it, and so that I can desynth like most items that I find, right? So I can just break down most of the items I find. Yeah, so I would guess the hard part about the Bard Matt fight is that, well, like, he can do all the Bard stuff too, right? So I would assume that the issue would be, and I think Matt, like, he generally is physically better, right? So I would assume the issue is that, yeah, like, what buff slash debuffs do you go with, right? But anyway, I guess, like, for me, once I hit 75, so I already hit my first goal, which is get all the artifact armor. I already hit that. That was a big milestone today. But then I guess I have to, well, once I'm 75, yeah, there's still non-combat things I want to do. There's still quests and missions I want to do. But I don't really know, I guess merits, right? Oh yeah, merits unlock at 75, right? So then I have to do that. Which, so okay, I've never had merits, so are merits just a thing when you hit 75? Like, when you hit level 75, do you just get access to merits, or do you have to do, like, a quest to unlock them? It's never been clear to me. Oh, okay. So you just talk to Matt again. Alright. So also, the way that merits work, my understanding is that your merits, like, they just work all the time even if you're synced, right? And my understanding is that some of the merits are, like, general purpose, and they are pretty much on all the time, right? Or that you can make use of them even in a different class. Like, again, I don't know. I'm not really 100% on how merits work. Oh, look at that! Look at that! No sky, sorry. See, this is why I need to do the Zalart missions. Also, the wife just pulled up, so in a sec I'm gonna have to see where we're at and, like, you know, what's going on. I'm not sure if once this airship ride ends, if I'm just immediately gonna get another cutscene. We'll see, but Ah, nice. Those base stats. Oh yeah. So merits are gonna be real good then. Okay, one sec. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Was a little longer than I thought. I should have put my little AFK thing up. Oh, I just, you know, I hate it when I have to take a moment like that and I forget it. And then it's like, oh, somebody comes in and it's like, oh, what kind of stream is that? What's this horse shit? But I wasn't quick enough to get my little text up. All right. Oh yeah, every time every time that I go through one of the airship ports, like literally every time, I always consider buying something from these guys. So yeah, like you can just get really cheap copper ore. It's 10 gil each. I believe this is the cheapest you can get it anywhere, right? And like I have like no skill in goldsmithing or anything. I mean it would be combine it with fire crystal and that's just some cheap easy skill points, right? For goldsmithing. I'm always tempted, but I never go through with it. I never buy it. I mean, I guess, you know, when I'm ready to do some goldsmithing, there will be a time, right? Okay, the guild sells it cheaper, but there's there's limits there. I gotta admit, I've never bought anything from the guilds. For most items, the guilds charge way too much, and the ones they don't, they never have it, right? They either charge too much or they just don't carry it. Oh wow. 3K a stat, man, okay. You know what? I do have extra storage space, right? I've got extra storage space, so I'll buy just a few stacks to kind of, you know, to get started on goldsmithing, right? It's 10 gil, right? So for 12 of them, that's only 120 gil for a stack. That's nothing. I think you need like 4 or so of these to make a full thing. Either way, I'd have to buy some fire crystals. Fire crystals would be the bottleneck, but yeah, why not? Just load up on copper. Oh yeah, there's a couple of things you can do with the copper ore, right? Like there's a goldsmithing recipe that I thought it was like level 4 or something. And then there's a smithing one too. But either way, like that's cheap copper right there. I can put it into my Mog safe and use it as I feel like. Okay, so it's 3 copper and then a zinc. I don't think zinc is too expensive on the auction house, just because it's a very easy one to get if you're just killing worms in the newbie zone, so... Alright, so we're back in Bestock, and I believe... Oh. Okay, apparently our volume's too high. Well, hold up. Let me go ahead and close my curtain. That always helps. So one sec. All right. I already had my fan off, but the curtain always gives a nice little extra layer of sound damping. Okay. So, alright, there should be a cutscene right out of my hands. I thought I'd have to click on something. Oh hey, yeah, alright, so, right, after we did all the, after we did the stuff in Promathia, after we did all that, Prisha somehow got sent to Bestock with us, so shenanigans ensue. Alright. Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Is that big hunk of junk yours? Huh. I said, is that thing yours? Don't make me repeat myself again, if you know what's good for you. This thing? You mean the airship? No, I mean the funny thing you're wearing on your head. Of course I mean the airship. Oh, that is a fine cap right there. Alright. The discerning gentleman wears a cap like that. Alright, let's see. Yes, this airship was built by the Republic's top engineer, Sid. Alright, where's this Sid guy? Come on, bring him out. If you're looking for Sid, he should be in his laboratory in the metalworks. Got it. Now, how the hell am I supposed to find this mental works place? How do you mess that up? Oh, okay, so I guess I am on the trail of a cutscene quest. So, okay. Yeah, we're on Promathia 3-1, so now we head to the metalworks, and we talk to Sid. Yeah, no, VGFX, like, crafting in this game is... There is no other way to say it, other than it's brutal. Yeah, accurate. But you know, that said, crafting is super useful in this game. Like, if you can craft, if you can tough it out, crafting is, like, it's real good. You can do a lot with it, you can make a lot of gil with it, it's great. And also, hey there, Solo Wolf. More raiders come. Oh, man, I wish people were this enthusiastic when we did, like, the City of Heroes and stuff. It's alright. I enjoy playing this, but yeah. Okay, so, should just go up to Sid and get a scene. I always forgot they remixed this one a little bit, and I'm not sure if I like it more or less. Like, honestly, when it comes to the remix they did here, it has certain elements in the song that were not there before, and they don't bring it down. It's not like the xylophone in Altepa, but like, I don't know, like, I'm not sure which one I prefer. I love these little elevators. These elevators are just broken as hell on so many servers. Okay, so, cutscene time. And there is a long mission too. There's a long mission to do, but I'm gonna hold that off for another day. Oh, well, that was exciting. Huh. You're looking for that rude and crude little girl. Well, why didn't you say so? We thought she might go causing trouble, so. Man, it feels weird being here, and I'm not, you know, I'm Sandorian, right? It feels weird. Alright, so we threw the vagrant into one of our holding cells. Lady Cornelia has been keeping the girl company. Master Sid, have you sustained any injuries? I'm fine. But it's our little guest that I'm worried about. She seems pretty confused and upset. I was gonna let her rest a while before I tried talking to her. Oh, don't worry, she hasn't done anything wrong, and there are no plans of punishing her any further. She'll be let go once we've sorted a few things out. Do you know what she was yelling about earlier? All this nonsense about airships and worm kings. Couldn't make heads or tails of it. What? Armored airship? Hooded scientists? Well, the scientists are probably the ones from Juno. As for the airships, all I can think is that they might be the ones modified for battle during the Great War. But that project was cancelled after the Allied forces defeated the Shadow. Oh man, that was a bad cut. The Shadow, Lord's enemies, or armies. I know, because I was a member of the project. 20 years ago, I got this invitation from the Duke himself to work on a secret project for the Duchy. Minus myself and a few other scientists from Windhurst, all the rest of the people assigned to the project are these creepy, pale-faced men in dark, hooded robes. They rarely showed their faces in public, but from what I saw, the knowledge and technology they possessed was far superior to anything I had ever seen anywhere on Vana'diel. Why, the crystal propulsion unit that had been developed was years ahead of its time, but it required an energy source more powerful than that which the 8 elemental crystals found on Vana'diel could produce. What were the Junoan scientists using to power their unit, and where did they discover that power? I was determined to find out, so I started watching them every chance I got. I just thought of some chronological issues with where we're at in this, but in a moment. Alright, it wasn't long before I noticed that they were conducting a lot of strange experiments around the Crag of Hala, but I couldn't put my finger on exactly what they were doing. And now they've restarted the project, and why are they sending the airships to Tavnasia? To catch Bahamut, that's why. Also, this character right here, A, she looks really Final Fantasy, but B, this sort of like cape, scarf, mantle thing she's got on, the yellow thing. Man, we need that for our characters, right? Like, we need that. Sid, this is Prisha. She's feeling much better than she was before. Think she's ready to talk. Thanks, Cornelia. So Prisha, first, let me apologize for keeping you locked up for so long. No hard feelings, right? But I need you to tell me, who is this Bahamut you keep talking about? You mean the Worm King? Well, everything was all fine and dandy until one day, all of a sudden, this huge dragon appeared over my hometown. We were going to meet this dragon and try to knock some sense into him when, out of nowhere, a huge airship contraption with all these guns and cannons flies up. We were right in the middle of giving the guys from that ship a sound beating until poof, I'm warped to this hellhole. What, you were actually fighting against the Duchy? Yeah, I know, like, Sid looks really rough in this. This is one of the stranger looking Sids, I think. Not a huge fan. Let's see, we weren't just going to sit there and let them kill Bahamut. Anyway, it was Juno who took the first shots. If I only had a little more time, I could have found out what the Worm King meant when he was talking about the Keeper of the Apocalypse. Keeper of the Apocalypse. I've heard that name somewhere before. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but I can sense that something big is going down. At the same time that the telepoint at Dem shattered, I heard a report of a giant dragon appearing over the sea north of Juno. If that dragon was actually Bahamut, then we can conclude that the two events are in some way connected. Then that's all the more reason to get back to Riverna and try meeting with the Worm King one more time. Come on, let's head for Juno. Juno? After all that happened, why would you want to go there? I've got an old friend who works at the Tenshodo. I ask him, he'll be more than happy to ready a boat back to Tavnasia. Well, I'll be seeing you guys around. Thanks for the hospitality. Hey wait, how do you plan on traveling to Juno? Do you even know how far it is? Man, so much story happening. So, okay, here's the chronological issue that I have. So in the main story, like in the nation quest, right? We just fought the Shadow Lord and all that. And if you remember, we did encounter, like, I think actually at the start of the Zalart missions, right? We did encounter, like we had a re-remembering that during the Shadow Lord fight, the Duke, right, the Archduke of Juno and the kid, they came in and they had their big reveal, and you know, they're up to no good and mwahaha clearly evil, right? Like, just openly mask off evil. So, I mean, they're still the Archduke of Juno, right? And when we're doing these Promathia missions, I mean, we're just gonna go see the Archduke. So if you're really into the story, I feel like either we're sequence breaking, or maybe the better way to say it is that things are just it doesn't quite make sense. Like, after the big reveal, I mean, shouldn't the Archduke be like shouldn't they have like dethroned him, or at the very least, shouldn't Juno be hostile to the normal nations now after what happened? Like, you would think there'd be some kind of fallout, right? Like, some kind of fallout from that. But I guess not. I do like this game's story and everything. I'm into it. I am into the missions every time they happen. But I kind of feel like the more, I don't know, the more piecemeal nature of the plot, it leads to some weird situations sometimes. Okay, so we went to the Metalworks, we talked to Sid. So now we are on mission 3-2. So now we need to go to Lower Juno and enter Neptune's Spire. And do we need anything for this? No. I don't, like, look, I don't want to call them an RMT link shell. I mean, I don't know, they're Chinese, but they were doing mission 3-5 today. I couldn't do it because, you know, I didn't do all this stuff, right? But, I don't know, they're helpful. At the very least, they're super helpful. They're way more helpful than the forum link shell that I was in before. So I'll give them that. It's just, yeah, I often don't understand what's going on, right? I never know what's going on, but they're very helpful. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna store my copper ores. I mean, I could just keep them on me, but I'm gonna store them. I think I have space. I have more than enough space to keep them in my box. Oh god, I found a warrior testimony. I can't even sell that, right? So it's just trash to me. It's just trash. Alright, right, I need to change job. Black Mage. Yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and get rid of that warrior testimony. I can't even trade it. Like, I'd give it to someone if they needed it, but... Yeah, I don't really plan on leveling warrior past 37. I'd say all the jobs, I wouldn't mind leveling them up to 37, but there's very few that I actually want to take higher than that. Oh man, getting all congested again. I need to drink more water. Alright, I think that helped a little bit. But I'm not strictly BST. I'm taking Beastmaster to 75 first, because there's a lot of advantages to doing that. Like, if, you know, whenever I want to solo as another job, I can always slash BST, and being able to do that all the way up to 75, like, Yeah, I want that. Oh hey, I just saw, like, oh look at that. I will wave. But I need to change my job back. But nice look there. I like that armor and everything. Looks good. I appreciate good fashion. Bonus style points. Alright, so switching back to Beastmaster. My main reason that I'm sticking with Beastmaster all the way up to 75 is because if I don't, I may never hit 75. And what I mean is, if I I had this problem both back in retail in the day and on other private servers. I have the problem that I just keep playing, like I keep changing classes and, you know, wanting to mix things up, and I never actually level anything up, right? So, I think my best chances of actually getting to 75 is if I just stick to one job all the way through. And then once I hit 75, then I can, you know, then I can change it up. But also just being level 75 in general, like that opens a lot of doors for things I can do, and it makes getting things done on a different class, like certain quests or whatever, it makes it all a lot easier. So that's what I'm shooting for right now. I mean, I'd say, like, yeah, Beastmaster, I feel really good with it as my first 75. I feel like, you know, I feel like a couple of classes would make a good 75. Like, level 75 Thief, right? Like, Thief would probably make a good main, right? Because money. But, what else? Maybe, I don't know, maybe like a tank class or something. I feel like a lot of classes would make a good first, but for me, Beastmaster all the way to 75. Okay, so I gotta go into Neptune's Spire and get through that door. Oh, wait right there. Oh, man, are they gonna arrest me? Because, you know, I thought there'd be some kind of fallout. Oh yeah, White Mage. Well, hey, you could really, like, help people out with White Mage. Alright, let's see. You must be extremely confident, or extremely stupid, to stroll back into Juno like this, Doubleless. You know what? This kind of addresses my concerns. We just received final authorization from your home nation. You are under arrest. The charge is treason. Oh no, they're doing the stop right there, criminal scum. Oh yeah, I figure Paladin would be real expensive. And I want to play Paladin too. Oh, what's this? How's a man supposed to sit back and enjoy a nice glass of Oppo Oppo brew with all this commotion? Now, is someone gonna tell me what's going on here? Aldo, I apologize for my sudden intrusion. We are not here to cause any trouble for your business. We've only come to escort this criminal back to the palace. Criminal? Man, there's a lot of animation work going on now. Huh. It's the dead lady. Like, look, this is like something I'd see in, like, the Hildebrand cutscenes in 14. That animation. Alright, Wolfgang. Take a look around you. Does this look like a courthouse? This is my home, and all those in my home are my guests. You wouldn't be calling my guests criminals now, would you? Aldo, this adventurer is not just some petty thief. She's suspected of committing treason against the duchy. If you were thinking of harboring this menace to society, the Ducal Guard would be forced to take action. Oh, action. If you want to see some action, just try laying a finger on one of my guests. You never change, Aldo. Adventurer, if you know what's good for you, you'll come to the Grand Palace and turn yourself in once you're finished here. And don't even think about running. The warrant for your arrest has already been sent out across Vanadil. There's nowhere to hide, Doubleless. I like this. They're actually acknowledging kind of what happened. I like that. You know, it might only be in a cutscene, but still. Also, yeah, I would imagine, like, with Paladin, with any tank, really, like, you kind of have to keep your gear in, like, tip-top shape, right? Like, you need not just okay gear, but you need good gear. Otherwise, you're just gonna die a lot. Alright, wow, so you're a criminal. Let me guess, they dumped you on Tavnasia as part of your punishment, right? So what did you do? Robbery? Murder? Both? I see, you two don't know each other. Yeah, this shabby-looking adventurer washed up dead on my private beach. I helped bring her back to life. Hey, wait a minute. Aldo, why not ask this lady? She'll tell you I'm not a liar. Alright, Doubleless, is it true that a small group of survivors has been living on the southern tip of Tavnasia for the past 20 years? Like, did nobody think to check? See, now do you believe me? This thick-headed buffoon wouldn't listen to a word I had to say. Huh. Some strange girl comes breaking down my door, screaming the name of my father. Tana rest his soul. What am I supposed to do? What were you supposed to do? What was I supposed to do? The only person I could trust, well, the only person I knew on the mainland, was Grezzo. He told me that any time I was in trouble, he and the Tinshoto would help me out. But now he's gone, and oh well. You'll still get us a boat so we can get home, right? That's not gonna be as easy as it sounds. I still have nautical map charting the way to the I still have nautical maps charting the way to the sea lion's den, but they're outdated. The currents in that area have changed a lot over the past 20 years. Man, that's a map alright. Is that a map? It would take one hell of a navigator to make it to Tavnasia in one piece. Then again, I only employ the best of the best. You may be in luck. Just a few days ago, another customer came to me asking to take him to Tavnasia. I was ready to tell him no as well, until I saw the bag of gill he was offering. Another customer? Why would anyone else want to go to Tavnasia? I don't know, but I'm not in the business of asking questions, young lady. As long as I get paid, I could care less what he does over there. I don't care if you tag along, but that's not for me to decide. You'll have to get the customer's permission. Huh. As much as I was looking forward to a private cruise, guess I can't complain. How thoughtful. Oh, and you, Doubleless, why don't you go back to Tavnasia as well? You could lay low there for a while until Wolfgang's cooled off. No way, Doubleless, if you're a real woman, you'll march your butt up to the Grand Duke Palace and face your crimes. Well, time to go to prison. Tough on everyone but yourself, I see. Very well. It will take some time to prepare the ship. I'll send a messenger when everyone is ready. Until then, why don't you take a look around the city? Got it. Thanks, Aldo. Alright, now, time to have some fun. See ya, Doubleless. Maybe we can get together again sometime, if you're still alive. Well, it looks like you should probably turn yourself in. This may be the only chance to try and prove your innocence. Alright. So then, I think now we have to go to Rulud Gardens, and we have to go to the audience chamber. Alright, that'll be the final cutscene. And then I think we have mission 3-3. So 3-3 is a long one, but apparently, I mean, if I'm around level 70, apparently I can solo it. I think as a Beastmaster at 67, I can probably solo it. So, like, if they say solo for a 70 plus, and the enemies are only like level 40, then I assume that as a Beastmaster, I can probably solo it much sooner than that. Oh, I just noticed my EXP boost only has 10 minutes on it. It's mostly done anyway. It's mostly done. Alright, up to Rulud. But, so, okay. I really like that cutscene, just the animation going on. It might not have seemed like much, you know, it's a PlayStation 2 game after all. However, I gotta be honest. Like, I think there was a lot, like, there was a lot of actual, like, character animation going on, and I've been noticing that with all of the Promathia cutscenes, not just the Promathia cutscenes, but the Zalart cutscenes too. There is a lot of animation in there. Like, in the normal game, normal, but I mean for most of the base game, animations are just kind of people standing there, and maybe they'll move their head, they'll talk, maybe do some standard, like, you know, slash emotes, you know, gestures, but there isn't really a whole lot in the way of, like, custom animation for scenes. There's very little of that. But in the Zalart and Promathia stuff, I'm noticing that there's a lot of, there's a lot of custom animations in the character models, and it looks good. It actually looks like not just, oh, they're trying their best, but it actually looks legit good, like more on the level of other PlayStation 2 games, right? I guess it makes sense. You know, I mean, as the game went on, I guess the technology got better. It's still a PlayStation 2 game, but yeah, I guess, you know, things improved over time. The standards got higher, and I would guess that as the game got popular, I would assume they got a higher budget too, right? So it does make sense that the cutscenes kind of ramp up over time. I mean, it's kind of the same with Final Fantasy XIV. You know, in 14, the earlier cutscenes they're also kind of minimal like they are here, but then they ramp it up later. Yeah, I think they had more budget and more time, and just overall they could put more into it, so it makes sense, you know? Also, oh, first time chat, nice. A cakeus? I failed. Alright, cutscene. We were beginning to wonder when you would arrive, Doublus. The Duke Vicarious is meeting a messenger from the east as we speak. When she's finished, you shall be next. Until then, you shall be kept in custody. I mean, that's just what I do. I just say it how I think, right? How it looks to me. Oh, no guy on throne. I apologize for the absence of Grand Duke Camlanot. I, Eshantarl, shall serve in his stead. Man, names. I hear that you have come from the Eastern Empire to ask something of our nation. State your name and your request. I am Tenzin. Wait, Tenzin. So here's the thing. Again, I never got anywhere near this in the game back in the day. I played Final Fantasy XIV more than this at this point. Though we are turning that around. However, Tenzin, that's a name I know from Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, I guess, you know, it's Final Fantasy. Everything gets reused. So Tenzin, born and raised in the Far East. I serve as a samurai under the mighty dynasty. Lady Eshantarl, may I ask why my audience was not met by the Duke himself? Since the revival of the Shadow Lord, the Grand Duke has been overwhelmed with his duties to the people of this land. I guess so they aren't... So I guess I'm the only one that knows that he's gone, like, full evil, right? That or everybody's in on it. I just assume everybody's in on it. Alright, however, you need not worry. I will take the responsibility of relaying your words directly to Lord Camelot. These two shall be witness to that. While short, my message is not a simple one. It is critical that the Duke fully understands the grave nature of the situation that lies before us. What I am about to say does not only affect my homeland, but the countries to the south and west, as well as this fair land. The emptiness is closing in. It has already appeared in the far reaches of the Eastern Empire. I can assume that the same is true of the outlying areas in the southern and western lands. Wait, okay, hold up. So the emptiness. My understanding, that's like... So okay, here's my understanding of kind of the plot right here. So the emptiness, that's like the areas that you go into for the Primivians, right? Like when you go into the Primivians, that sort of like broken looking Shadowland, right? That's like the emptiness, right? Now what he's saying is that is closing in on like the borders of their empire. So now wait, does that mean that like the emptiness is like does that mean like the world is literally physically unraveling at the edges? Is that what that implies? Which that would kind of be a situation sort of like in Final Fantasy XIV. You know, they have the different shards, right? And like you go to the light one where, you know, they had that like crystal flood thing that just ate up the world except for the little circle of it that you get to explore, right? Is it kind of a situation like that? Huh. Wait, also, does that mean the world is like, okay, if it's just the emptiness and think the world is just kind of disappearing, does that mean the world is flat? I have all kinds of questions. I have so many questions. Alright, the phenomena started small, but in recent months it has begun to grow. Like sap oozes slowly from a tree. The emptiness spreads across my country, swallowing whole the hills and forests. As it approaches, the children begin to dream. When it arrives, it is not long before the adults too begin to dream. The dream is always the same. It tells us the Keeper of the Apocalypse will soon appear, and bring with him the end of Vana'diel. The Keeper of the Apocalypse, a frightening name, is it not? Your report of this darkness, this emptiness, it is not news to us. In recent weeks, there have been reports of similar phenomena occurring in the areas around Juno. However, these reports state that the emptiness, as you call it, is localized. That is why we have chosen to withhold this information from the public until it can be further researched. It is true that the emptiness has begun to spread, though. An immediate investigation may be necessary. Shall the Duchy prepare a team? You do not know why the emptiness has appeared? Unfortunately, our scientists have not yet come to any concrete conclusion. If your empire has any definite data, we would be delighted to hear it. Are you suggesting that the cause of the emptiness may be found in my land? Do not tell me that you are unaware that the 5 shards of legend rest here. Was that the 5 things in the Shadow Lord's castle, or was that just unrelated? Do not tell me that... Wait, hold up. Okay, here we go, yeah. Do not tell me that you are unaware that it is the power of the 5 shards that protects Vana'diel from the emptiness. Tenzin of the East, you are very straightforward with your accusations. Let me see. You feel that Juno is the cause of the emptiness's growth. You feel that our attempts to harness the power of the crystals has resulted in the spread of the darkness. Am I correct? Well, I am sorry to say that you are quite mistaken. Juno is fully aware of the power that the crystals radiate forth. The 5 shards, the mother crystals, are what supports our world. Those. We, the Duchy, have taken it upon ourselves to inherit the will of the ancients and protect the Zelardian ruins and the crystals they hold. We have kept this information from the nations of Bastok, Windurst, and Sandoria to shield the mother crystals from those who may wish to wrongly use their power for personal gain. I see that the Eastern Empire has learned of the crystal's existence, and therefore we can no longer trust you either. Juno cannot allow the power of the mother crystals to fall into the hands of those who may exploit it. Man, it's getting intense. My country's only wish is to prevent the emptiness from taking away any more than it already has. Seeing with my own with your own eyes, the darkness drain the life from your homeland, I can understand why you may not agree with our nation's stance. Very well, I can tell you one thing. The Duchy is currently in search of a boy. This boy is thought to be connected in some way to the emptiness. Even though he is not one of us, he has already found a way into 3 of the Zelartian ruins, and the emptiness following his path. We here believe that this boy is the keeper of the apocalypse, of which you speak. A boy? Could he be a messenger from another nation? That we do not know. However, Wolfgang, show the adventurer in. I like how literally all of this happened. Like, I'm not here right now. Like, my character did not witness any of that. That was all like a meanwhile. This adventurer was with the boy when he appeared near the mother crystals. She hails from the nation of Sandoria. Sandoria? What could the king? Could the king be conspiring? Of course, the kingdom has denied all ties to the boy. As has this adventurer. However, if we learn that Sandoria is behind this threat to the mother crystals and the well-being of all those residing on Vanadil, I love that epic zoom with sound effect. Whether allies or not, Juno will be forced to take action against the nation. We will destroy them. But this is still nothing more than speculation. If we find the time to conduct a proper investigation, it would be the first thing we did. Unfortunately, time is one luxury we do not have. And that is why we must capture the boy immediately to learn what he knows. Exactly. And that is why I offer you a chance to prove your country's true intents by joining the battle to save your nation, no, all of Vanadil. Adventurer, travel to the 4th crystal and wait for the boy. When he arrives, capture him and bring him here. Unlike the first 3 crystals, the 4th lies deep beneath Vanadil's surface, somewhere below the glaciers of the Northlands. 30 years ago, an Allied expedition visited the Northlands. If you could find one of the original members, you may be able to obtain some valuable information. Frank Mage M. Mistal of the Knights Mistal in Sandoria. Iru Kuiru from the Rhinostri in Windurst. Mithril Musketeer Captain Ulrich from Bastok. So do I have to just go find them now? Okay. Man, that was a lot of plot. Lots of plot. Okay. So I guess now it's on me to find the people that they mentioned, right? Or to... Well, let me just double check the old walkthrough. Okay, so I got my cutscene, and then it's just on to Road Forks. That's the next mission. So this one's a long one. The walkthrough even says this is a long one. It's a long one, but it's uncapped. And it's just some NMs that I have to kill. I think they're about level 40 or so. 40 or 50, but either way I could take them as a Beastmaster. So, yeah, the next one I'm gonna save the next one for another time. But okay, we did all the talky parts for the the Promathia missions. I will say, okay, there's like 3 storylines happening, right? There's the normal nation mission storyline, and then there's the Zilart storyline, and then there's the Promathia storyline. I have to say, out of all of them so far, the Promathia storyline is definitely the one that has my interest the most. And then Zilart, and then the original, I guess in the order they came, or, you know, in reverse order, right? Also, I just had a thought, wait, where am I on my nation missions, actually? I actually don't remember what I'm on when it comes to the nation stuff. Like, what was I doing with that? Missions. I have no current mission for Sandoria, so like I didn't even take 6-1, I guess. What's my status? Okay, I need to turn in crystals, I see. So I gotta turn in some crystals, and then I guess I can continue with that. Huh. So yeah, okay. I guess I don't even know what the 6-1 mission is. I don't know if I have to have a party for that or not. But I should do it at some point. I should definitely get on all that stuff. But I'm the way that I'm treating my missions and stuff is I do want to do them. I want to make slow and steady progress, but I'm not trying to force it. Like I'm not trying to blitz through the storylines, right? What's this? There's a BST looking for the UO BCNM COP33. Wait, that's what I'm on, right? Yeah, that's yeah, okay, so I guess the 57B, well, that's 57, right? That's level 57. I'm level 67. I should be okay. But let me think. So I deposited all that copper, right? Yeah. I'm trying to think what I want to do, if anything. So, okay. We did a little grinding. We got that final artifact piece. You know, good on me, right? Yay. Caught up my like the talky parts of my Promathia missions. So, as far as missions go, while I would like to unlock more Promathia stuff, I would say that the Zilart Mission 4. Zilart Mission 4 is the big one that I really want to... Like, I really want to do that, right? But I don't see anyone doing it. I guess I do need to, like, start on my 6-1 for my nation, right? I believe I need to turn in some more crystals for that. I could literally just buy a bunch of earth crystals, like, right now. I could get that right now. Yeah, I think the UO one, like, they were advertising for a bunch of things they're interested in. Yeah, like, experience points, or UO, or COP33. Like, for COP33, that is so lowable. If you're a little higher level than 57. But it doesn't look like anyone's doing anything that I need done right now. However, yeah, I would like to turn in some crystals, and let's at least start on 6-1. Actually, what is 6-1? What do I have to do for that? Let's find out. So let's see, is there a nice, quick and easy guide to mission content in general? Is that easily available on the wiki? Here we go, missions. So, Sandorian missions, let's see where we're at. So we beat the Shadow Lord, that was 5-2, yeah, that was 5-2. Wait a second, are there... Oh man, you don't get any Mog Wardrobe slots for rank 6. Well, that upsets me. That upsets me. The next wardrobe unlock is for rank 7. Man, yeah, that makes me sad. I don't want to say that I'm just doing it for the wardrobe slots, but they are a really big incentive. Okay, so for 6-1, there's Lyauta's Last Wish. So what do I need for that? So, okay. It looks like that's a... There's an NM to fight, it looks like. But it could be something... Yeah, it looks like it could be something you could solo. Either way, I'm not sure I have to do that. Like, Renpair's Final Rest is the last mission of 6. What do you have to do for that one? So, skeleton NMs will pop. It doesn't say anything about what level, though. But it's not it's not going to be capped, right? So I might actually... Like, that might be a thing I can do on my own. So all of rank 6 might be soloable. It might be. It's not 100% clear, but it could be soloable. Alright, well, I think what we have to do is we have to turn in some crystals. So, let's go ahead and buy some. The cheapest crystals you can get your hands on. So I'm pretty sure earth crystals would be the absolute dirt cheapest, right? Ooh, 700. How about water? 500. Huh. Nothing else would be cheap. Yeah, nothing else would be cheaper than that. Man, so crystals are, maybe get them a little lower? I mean, 500's still not bad. Like, okay, they are selling for less. But yeah, like 500's not terrible. It's really not. Also, I always, you know, why did I come down here to buy my crystals? Like, I could have bought my crystals. There is an auction house up in Rulud Gardens. I could have gone there. Could have done that. Yes, I could have. Alright, I was just thinking maybe I could get one a little cheaper. So I'm not sure how many stacks I need exactly. I'll buy a few, right? I'll just buy a few and see where that gets me. But I think as far as actually doing missions today, I think I'm good for today. Again, the way that I like to do things is, you know, if I actually manage to get in on some big missions that are a little stressful and all that, and you know there's a lot to them, or just to do a task. Technically, doing the artifact, you know, getting my coffer and all that. Technically, that is, kind of a quest. But I did that today, and also. Yesterday, yesterday we got so much done with the game. So I kind of like to take it easy after that, right? I like to slow down, slow your roll, right? And maybe do just a little leveling, some fish, you know, kind of just work on the character overall, because I would rather not power through the missions, you know? I want to get them done, and I definitely want to get my Zalart missions done, but outside of that, it's kind of just take it at a leisurely pace, right? Leisurely pace. Alright, I'm not 100%, but I think you can turn crystals in to the Juno people, but if not, I have to go back to Sandoria. Oh, no, he accepts them. So, was that all I needed? Need more. Wasn't enough. Alright, but, okay, I feel like 2 stacks would definitely be enough. But I think I'll like do this, see where I'm at with my missions and stuff. Like I will accept the next mission, but I think for actually doing any like actual proper missions that require me to go somewhere and do things, I'll save that for another stream. But I want to get started with it. So okay. Load me up on a few more crystals, just a few more. All right, and I feel like one more stack should do it. Man, I'm tempted to hit Flea, but that would be such a misuse of Flea, right? Like, I am very sure Flea would end long before I get to the guy over here. It's not... I'm getting impatient. I think it's that I'm getting hungry. I think that's the problem. Like, I'm feeling the hunger kick in, because, you know, like usual, I don't have lunch, right? So I'm usually hungry for dinner a little earlier. But, alright, let's go ahead and... Okay. So, I now can take on the next mission. So, I think I have to go to any gate guard, I believe. Okay, now, it's any gate guard, which means I can't... Like, I have to go back to Sandoria. It's time to go back to Sandy. I wonder, there is like the embassy, but I don't think the embassy, I don't think they don't do that, right? They don't do that kind of thing. Pretty sure. Man, I'm just like, look, today I'm just strutting around feeling good that I got all my artifact armor. I feel real good about that. Like, that's a life goal right there. Also, hold up, the daily fish thing, that resets at, I always forget if it's now or if it's like 2 hours from now. I think it's 2 hours from now. But I gotta keep an eye out for what the fish of the day is. I'm trying to get them points up. Okay, we have the Ronfar, right? Yeah, okay, so back to the Ronfar, and then from there back to my nation. Man, I wanted to do a different, like, I wanted to play another game for the tail end of the stream today. I keep wanting to play a little of something else, like City of Heroes or whatever, but we kind of get wrapped up in what we're doing, and then we just don't, right? Yeah, the and other games is always a possibility, but it's very easy to get tied up in this game. You know, and you want to give it your full focus. One day we'll have to just do it, and start with something else another day. I think maybe what I'll have to do is I will have to start with a different game, and then we move into this, right? I think that might be the only way that I... Oh wait, I can't move. Am I cutscening right now, or am I lagging? I'm cutscening. Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to get a cutscene. So this is the Sandorian Cathedral. Together with the Tavnasian Cathedral, they form the pillars of our faith. I think I'm kind of bordering into 3-3, right? Yeah, enter North Sandoria to start. So we're starting 3-3. Completely coincidentally. Alright, if anyone is truly attempting to open the gates of paradise, I am certain it is someone in there. I like how we just sort of, you know, stumbled into 3-3, right? Okay, so gate guard. You should have, at least let me start the mission, right? So do I have to do both of them? None of them are optional, right? Yeah, none of them. So, like, were there ever any optional missions? I'm trying to think. Like, I look back, right? I look back at the old stuff, and I'm pretty sure I had to do every single mission, right? Like, I don't think they let you skip anything. I don't think. Yeah, I know, like, having the cutscenes and all, or having the fireworks and all that go in the cutscenes is a little weird, but I mean, it's fine. Alright, so Liauta's last wishes. Alright, perfect timing. The chateau just sent a request for an adventurer. It looks as if this next mission has something to do with the late queen. You should feel honored. It's not every day that an adventurer gets to work directly with the royal family. I'll take it. Spoken like a true Sandorian. Now hurry off to Chateau d'Orange. Oh god, I forget how it's... Chateau d'Orange. You get the details on the mission from Monarle Halver. Okay, like usual. Alright, but yeah, like I just kind of wanted to get the mission, and then we'll start it, like we'll actually get into it another time. But I wanted to make sure I could get it going. Alright, well, let's see. I don't want to... got everything I need on me to, like, go EXPing, right? People still doing Eco Warrior. Nice. I got my Eco Warrior done pretty early on. I guess I should refresh Signet and all that good stuff. Alright. But I'm thinking, okay, let's see. A little early to stop. We do have time to do something else. I'm just not sure how much time we have for that. I guess we can have a little more fun. We can have a little more today. And I'm in the mood for this, right? So okay, I do not want to start any new missions, nothing like that. But I do have to make a judgment call, which is, do I want to go EXPing or do I want to go fishing? Like so I'm like one skill point away, I think. Or what is my fishing at? I keep forgetting. So I'm at 53 fishing. I need to hit 55. So when I hit 55, then I can move up to the next fish. I could technically move up to a good fish now, but I need noble ladies, and they just don't seem to want to catch. Like, they don't catch with what I have anyway. But I could check, like, I could go and check the auction house. The thing is, I need sardines. I need sliced sardines. There are none for sale, and crafting them, apparently, you can only craft them 2 at a time. And I'm gonna need a lot of them. And I'd even be willing to pay more than is standard on the auction house, but there's just none up, right? But I think that those are the only thing I can really use to catch noble ladies. So I don't know, I'll do my fishing on my own time, I guess. For now, Like, I'll figure out what I'm gonna do with that. But for now, let's get a little EXP. I'm only, yeah, I'm not even 10% into my level. I'd like to at least get 10% into my level. That way I don't, you know, I don't get that really sad D-level sound when I die. Also, one moment, water. Getting that dry throat feeling. Oh, look, oh, I like that name. Derpin' Donuts. Not really what I'd expect for a Final Fantasy name, but you know, it's fine. Okay, so I was, so when it comes to EXP, I was EXPing out in the quicksand caves. I was liking that. There's some good shit in the quicksand caves. You get dark crystals, which always sell good. You get the Antiken, you get Antiken robes, pauldrons, which they sell for over 20k a stack. There are coffer chests that you can, every now and then you can luck into them, and that'll just give you roughly 13,000 gil just out of thin air. Lots of good stuff. The thing is, at this moment, it's I was thinking, oh, I could, like, put word out that I'm looking for Zalart Mission 4, but it's a little late for that. I might do it, like, on my own time, but for the stream, we're only gonna go maybe an hour, or probably an hour and a half more tops. For the stream, that's a little... that'd be cutting it way too close. I don't think we can do... probably can't do that one in like an hour. From no party to we're done. Right? That's probably not gonna happen. So I think a little bit of EXP grind is the order of business. I return to the land of the xylophone. What pet do I have out? So I got the carrot broth. So, you know what, I am kinda... the saber pet is kinda growing on me. He's kinda growing on me. Alright, down into the quicksand caves. Now this is really the only soundtrack that Horizon has kind of changed that I'm not a huge fan of this one, but it's really only because it's very xylophone intensive. I'm not a fan of the xylophone, and to me the xylophone, that kind of droning xylophone tapping, it doesn't sound intriguing or mysterious. It just sort of it annoys me. And that's a feeling I don't like when I play a game like this. So only soundtrack I don't like very much. Alright. Back into the caves. So I didn't bring too much with me, but in addition to just killing things, my goal is to fill out that mithril coin stack. Oh, get rid of that one beast coin. So yeah, fill out my mithril coins, and I don't know what else. Well, yeah, any stacks of Antiken items. Make sure to collect a full stack, right? Big ouch there. Alright, let me get my ring back on. Just gotta get that boost going. Alright. So yeah, these enemies are around the mid-50s. I think the highest that any of these go down here in this section, the highest they go is level 59. So nothing too challenging. But not super easy either. I like the tiger. I actually like the tiger pet so much, and the tiger is, like, oddly enough, the tiger is actually cheaper than the rabbit right now, somehow. But since the tiger seems to be cheap and very viable for damage, yeah, I just have a macro now. I have a macro to use his special attacks. Probably gonna pull both. Surprising. Alright, but yeah, just a nice light grind to end things out. Grind and discussion, if anybody wants to. Like, I usually try to stay really focused on the game when I get into, you know, cutscene territory, or doing like a party thing, you know, where I don't want to get everyone killed, but for just EXPing or fishing, like, man, that's the best time to talk about that. The best time. Okay, so I'm pretty sure his AoE won't hit the target on this one. Pretty sure. The way that the tiger's AoE works is it's a frontal cone. So I don't like the tiger's AoE as much as the rabbits. The rabbits is really usable in a lot of situations. Also, these enemies are at a decent level where I can level up my axe skill too. I don't use my axe very often. I think part of the problem is I need to get a better one. Like, I went with the Demon Slicer as the upgrade from my axes. So, like, my other axe is the Tabar, and that's only level 43. So I do need to upgrade my one-handers. That's gonna pull the whole room down on me. Like, they are not standing far enough apart from each other. Now you can... Okay, yeah, you could sneak at least two of them out. So pull them back so they don't, yeah, so they don't aggro, right? Like, pull them back. I love the tiger pet. Its damage, like, the tiger, his special attack damage feels really good. At least against these guys. But I gotta say, like, one of my favorite things about beast mastering is just that, because of the nature of it, and I guess really this is true for most pet classes in general, you never quite feel like you're, like, oh no, you done fucked up if you aggro more than one enemy. Like, if I aggro two enemies, all I gotta do is have the pet tank them out, right? Worst case scenario, they kill the pet, I just pop out another one. I mean, I guess extra worst case scenario, let's say they kill two of my pets, I just can't. Well, you know, I could just have the pet fight, and I take that time to run away, you know? Lots of options. That's what I like, lots of options as a Beastmaster. It's very rare that I feel like I'm being pushed in a corner. Oh, that was triple attack. lots of getting those pauldrons already. So I already have, what, 40 something thousand gil worth of pauldrons just kind of sitting on my auction. I do hope they actually sell. It's a problem that I ran into with tonberries. Like the tonberry robes, like their clothing, that sells pretty well. The tonberry cloth robes, like those sell very, very good. It's like, what, 15k a stack, and they're a super common drop. Like way more common than these pauldrons. But then you had the lanterns, right? And the tonberry lanterns, like, oh yeah, they sell for over 20k. The problem is nobody wants to buy them. Like, I think like one person bought a stack of lanterns maybe 2 weeks ago, right? So that's sort of a problem you run into with a lot of the items in the game. They might be worth a lot, but they're so low demand that they'll be sitting on your auction house for a long time. Like a real long time. I wonder if a coffer popped. I literally deleted my coffer key because I wasn't using it. But if a coffer pops in a position that I can get to, I'll take it. Got no problem taking it. Also, when it comes to the tiger's attack, so there's kind of I'm a little bit fascinated by the tiger's claws. Like, specifically the tiger's claws when he does his razor fang attack, right? Like, you look at his claws and they stretch out, right? His claws stretch out really long when he comes down. And I guess I've always sort of wondered how they did that from like okay, so like, is the character model stretching, right? I can't really think of anything else in the game where the character models kind of physically can morph. I guess maybe the slimes and stuff, but I don't know, they're a bit of a special circumstance. I feel like I'm gonna have to fight everything here anyway, so I'm gonna go for the Signifer first. It's just one of those things, right? Like, I have such a feeling I'm gonna have to fight everything no matter what. So can I just get a little peek over? I'm trying to get a little peek and see if there's a treasure chest, but it looks like there's no treasure. No treasure. Petrify attack. Yep. Okay. So, there's no treasure here, right? Nope. No treasure. Oh, I can't tell him to... Yeah, he's... the pet got bio-2'd. And bio-2 is a pretty strong one, right? So he's, yeah, he's just gonna have to deal with that for a while. Oh, hey! Fellow player out here. Oh god, no, not Sleepka 2. Oh, thank god. When I see Sleepka 2 firing off, I get nervous. Because that thing lasts for like a minute and a half. Just a minute and a half that you are frozen in position. Just hoping someone will mercilessly, mercifully throw a fireball or something your way, right? Not a great feeling. asleep for 40 seconds now. Yeah. So someone's over there. They've got their... they look to be a thief. Like, at a glance, they look like a thief. So I'm assuming they're thief/ninja, and they're just here, like, farming coffer keys and stuff, I would guess. Yep. Okay. Did that bio effect ever wear off? Okay. He's not bioed anymore. I would actually assume the bio is what kept him awake, right? Because I told him to do his Razor Fang and then he got put to sleep. That probably should have interrupted him, but I assume he still had bio on at the time. Alright, no getting around there. Maybe some getting around there, maybe. I just want to take a quick look, right? I want to take a quick look and see if the treasure coffer is around. No coffer. I think I just aggroed multiple enemies. Yeah, I just aggroed multiple enemies, so I'm getting out of here. Getting out. But I had to check, right? I had to check and see if the coffer was up, because I do have a key now. And if you can get it, it's like an extra 13,000 gil just laying around, right? Good thing is my pet wasn't part of that, so my pet got to just rest while I aggroed the whole tunnel. But I will say, another reason why Thief is a great sub. If you get into a hairy situation like that, you can just hit that flee button, right? Just hit the flee button. Like, even if you can't flee all the way to the exit of the area, at the very least, you'll be able to gain a ton of ground on the enemy, and, you know, if you're careful about it, you can run all the way to the zone exit, right? If you're careful. Well, I got a minute of sleep on me. I sure hope someone comes around and punches me. I sure hope. But hey, my EXP is almost up to 2,900. I like to get that safety EXP, right? So we're almost there. No, I thought maybe that one was gonna. I thought he was gonna come over here and start hitting on me, but nope, nope. I hate sleep gut. I really do. You know, I might have to bring some poison potions along with me just to. Like, I might have to purposely poison myself just so that I don't get slept. It's just the most annoying status, right? almost like a triple hit, but I guess it's just a double still. Ah, right, yeah, the Princeps, they are a paladin type of anti-hit, so he's gonna bust out Flash and Cure 4 and all that fun stuff. Alright. Sneak attack. I'm gonna try to steal a coin from him. Like, before he drops dead, I want to get a coin out of him. Or, you know, try. No coin. No coins! Another coffer key. See, I said it, right? But when you're not looking for treasure coffers, when you're not actively looking for it, that is when you will find all of the coffers. All of them. Oh, I thought... Oh, I had low damage on that. Very low damage. How many pauldrons have I got? I've been finding a lot of them. 3, okay. Feels like more, but... guess not. Alright, I'm trying to make the best use of my pet, so basically make him fight to the death. Or close to it, right? Also, these guys have, they like to start with their sort of long-winded ancient magic thing. They really like to start with those. But I have yet to see one successfully go off if I wasn't, like, put to sleep or whatever. So literally the only time that I have seen the ancient magic actually go through is if they start casting it, and then maybe I'm fighting multiple of these casters, right? And so one starts casting, and then another uses sleep gun, and the one that casts the spell, like they're not the one I'm fighting, so no one's hitting it to interrupt it. That is the only time I've ever seen that ancient magic go off, and it is impressive. It does quite a lot of damage, not as much as I thought, but quite a lot. But the thing is that in normal combat, where you are actually awake and fighting, pretty much that ancient magic is gonna get interrupted every single time. And, I mean, that's good, right? Like, it means that for however many seconds they take to cast that spell, they're not fighting, they're not doing anything. And then it just fails, so it's all wasted time. Also, you gotta kill these beetles too, just because they're more EXP, right? They don't really drop anything good, but it's EXP. Also, I feel like I'm kind of, I don't know, maybe it's just the day-to-day, but like, getting, like, I'm super hungry, I'm tired, like, getting sleepy, actually. It's, the weather keeps doing weird things, and I think it's messing, I know it's messing with the wife, but, like, it gets to us in a bad way. Very weather-affected. Thinking if it's safe to fight him here, or Probably safe enough, right? Safe as anything else in life. Gonna try to burn him down quick, and then steal a coin when he's low. Or, I don't quite have the... don't quite have the timer on my side for that. Oh, sleep, I mean, short of poisoning myself, I'm trying to think if there's anything I can do to not get slept so hard all the time. So what, like, okay, I guess I don't think there's anything that I can equip or do. I guess white mage sub, right? But other than that, there's not really anything I can equip that would make sleep land less on me or reduce. I don't think there's anything that would make the duration reduce, right? I think the only thing I could do is, yeah, poison myself. 8 mithril coins. Also, now that I am regularly fighting, like I am regularly fighting 50 plus enemies now for EXP. Now that I'm doing that, I'm getting a good amount of seals. So I'm noticing that I get lots of kindred seals. The Beastman seals are kind of slowing down now. I'd say the issue now is that the Beastman seals are just sort of, yeah, like they're not really, I'm not getting Beastman seals nearly as often as I used to. But I guess that's kind of being replaced by kindred seals, right? Yeah, I guess that's when you grind up the low jobs, right? I guess that is why I've seen some people that just, yeah, they keep a class at like level 10, right? Just perma 10 for seal farming purposes. Oh, I think the pet's poisoned or something. What'd they hit him with? I'm not really seeing what they poisoned to. Yeah. Okay, he's good now, right? Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, what it looks like, it looks like that, like, Beastman seals don't fully dry up. They don't seem to fully dry up in the high levels, but I can definitely tell that the seal drops are kind of getting split between Beastman and Kindred seals. So if you just want Beastman seals, I guess, yeah, playing a lower job would be better. Oh yeah, very true. I mean, yeah. Or just keep a character in the low levels for seal farming. But yeah, there's still, I mean, look at my character, right? Like, there's still a ton of classes I haven't leveled. So I have all of them unlocked, but yeah, I haven't touched Paladin or Dark Knight or Bard or Ranger or Monk for that matter. And then most of them, like even the ones that I did touch a little bit, like Samurai, Dragoon, Summoner, they're all under level 10, right? I need to level Warrior up. So, okay, I have a bit of a plan when it comes to Thief, too. So I want to get Thief all the way up to 37, right? Because I use Thief as my sub-job when I'm just out soloing, like right now. I really like Thief. Hell, I like Thief as my job in a party, too. Like, it makes a good sub. With triple attack, it makes a good sub. But, yeah, I got Thief up to 34, and I know it is only 3 levels. I know. But I am having such a hard time pushing through those last 3 levels. So I'm thinking, like, to use the Eco Warrior thing, to maybe use that to just finish off Thief. And I guess I could treat my Eco Warrior bonus. I could treat that like I don't know. I could treat that sort of the same for any class that I don't really like to level up or I don't want to. Like it'd be kind of a sidestep. I'm torn, right? Like on one hand, that is a pretty good use, right? Like to level up classes that you don't really want to play beyond being a sub-job and to just get them up there, right? But another good use would be just to push Beastmaster along, right? That also would be a good use, and I'm not really sure which way I should take it, or which way I want to take it. Like, to be fair, I don't hate leveling up Thief. It can be fun. Seeing a good sneak attack, trick attack go off, like, man, that feels... But at the same time, yeah, I don't want to main it or anything, so it feels like a bit of a burden. It feels like a slog. But it's not that long of a slog. I mean, it really doesn't take that long to level up pre-50. Yeah, I think that is kind of a good use of it. Like, you know, you want to level up a class as a sub-job, but you don't really like playing it, not even as like a slash Beastmaster, right? It just feels like a waste of time. That would be a good use, to very slowly over time, just to get it out of the way. I think that might be how I go with it. I know that's probably how I'm gonna play it as a warrior, right? Although, well, then again, there is a little bit of an added bonus with warrior, right? So as I'm leveling warrior up to 37 as a sub-job for paladin and possibly more, I think warrior works as a more offensive sub-job too. But I guess while I'm leveling up warrior, if I do it like if I don't just do it slash Beastmaster and I do it in parties, I would be buying tank gear as I'm going up to 37, right? So at least to level 37, I could just have a set of tank gear for the various level ranges. I just have it on hand, right? But I don't know. Oh, I think I killed everything in this room again. I love that Eco Warrior, it is a nice little EXP and money boost once per week. And I never knew about it. Like, apparently that's been a thing for quite a while in the game. But I never knew about it. Though, I mean, apparently Horizon boosted the rewards to it, right? Like, apparently they boosted that up. Which, to me, the reward feels pretty much where it should be for the effort involved, right? Like you have to get like a full alliance together, right? Or at least 3 teams, right? You got to get 3 teams together, and and then go out and level sync to 20 and fight a big name monster. I mean, it's not super hard or anything, but it does require a certain amount of coordination, and it requires a lot of people, too. Yeah, I'd say, like, yeah, that's how I describe it, too. The reward feels like, for the time and effort that you have to put into it, which isn't you know, it's not super high, but it is a lot more effort than if you just went out and did something on your own, right? So for the effort and the coordination required, it does feel like it's very worth it, right? Nice little boost. So that makes me think, if the rewards have already been boosted, then, like, what were the original rewards? Because I have to be honest, if it was significantly less than it is on Horizon now, I probably wouldn't do Eco Warrior regularly, right? Like, I probably wouldn't do it as a regular thing. Wow. So they doubled it. I guess you always got the scroll, right? Like, the scroll was always a thing, to get, like, that extra 2,000-ish. But, so then it would have been, like, what? About 6K-ish EXP before? Okay, yeah, so the scroll and the guild is the same. Alright. So yeah, I'd say, like, doubling up that XP, it's funny, because yeah, like, that is a huge increase, but I gotta be honest, if it only gave 4K for completion, I mean, even with the scroll, right, even with the scroll, it gives it, like, you know, puts it up to around 6K. The thing is, for the amount of coordination, like, it does take a little bit to get it going, and for the amount of coordination and time, like, yeah, you could just join a normal, like I could join a party and get more EXP in that time, so I do think, yeah, I think doubling that up was a good move. And it at the very least, it makes sure that you're getting enough to make your time worth it. Yeah, like, now the reward is good, more people want to do it, so it's easier to put a team together, and yeah. Because yeah, you have to think about it, right? Like, the rewards are so good now that people are very quick to form up a team, right? It generally doesn't take, like, more than a half hour to put together a team for that. And then maybe, like, a half hour or a little more to actually, you know, get everyone there and do the thing, right? So it's like maybe an hour, little more time investment there, right? So for 10,000 total EXP, that's fine. That's great. I mean, it's about as much as you'd get in a really good party, more or less. But like, yeah, like, that's fine, right? And then you get the guild too. You get the guild. But anything less than that, and it would start falling into the not worth it territory. So I want to posit something here. Okay, camera. I want to posit something because, we got a couple people in here. But I wonder, this server is already they're working on some kind of reward program for helping first-time completion, right? That's a good move. That's, I think, needed. But I wonder if something would work here that, I've only really seen it done. I'm sure other MMOs have done it. but I've personally only seen it done on City of Heroes. Like, I've only seen it on City of Heroes on the Homecoming server, but it's a really good idea. Ooh. Man, oh man, you mathed it out. Wow, 75 in 2 years. Whew, or a year and a... I don't know, I'm sure it's just in the moment, it's a good boost. But here's my thought, right? So on City of Heroes Homecoming, which I was gonna play today a little bit, but a little too late now. So, you know, in that game, the big thing, right? The big thing that you need a party for to do, for many reasons, is task forces, right? Like, that game doesn't really have dungeons. It kind of does. But it has, it has big, long story arc mission sequences, right? That can take quite a long time. And, they're fun to do, but there is a little bit of that problem of how do we get people who have already done it to do it again. So in that game, they have like a weekly task force, right? So they'll just at total random, the system will just choose it'll choose a random task force, and that is the task force of the week. And I think there's actually more than one, depending on the different categories, but they do there's kind of like a chosen task force, and then you get huge bonuses for doing it that week. So I do wonder if maybe something like that, but for quests and missions in, on Horizon, could work. I don't know, have the weekly mission is ZM5 or whatever, right? I kind of wonder if that would work out good. To sort of incentivize people to do certain things that people might need, but, you know, they otherwise wouldn't do. And also, hey there, Burn. I'm a little low energy this afternoon. I think it's that it's, for the time of day, it is really dark. It's, we're kind of, constantly expecting stormy weather. We are so weather affected. Oh, I didn't see that guy. I didn't see that there were, I did not see that there were two of them. Claw Cyclone! Man, Claw Cyclone actually does a lot of damage. That actually does quite a lot. Claw Cyclone again! Yeah, the damage. Okay, so the damage on that Claw Cyclone is actually really, really good. It's not quite as good as firing off a single target Razor Fang. Not quite that good, but it's almost. So I'm gonna do that. But yeah, I don't know. So what I was just kind of asking everyone here is, I don't know. How would some sort of either daily or weekly kind of chosen quest/mission, or really whatever piece of content that people need to do, but it's just hard to get people to do it. I do wonder how some sort of random system of just picking one and you get bonuses for that. I mean, you could even apply that to other things too, named monsters or whatever, just some sort of weekly target, right? Again, I'm not one for dailies and weeklies. I think I've said that, right? I don't like dailies and weeklies, but what I'm speaking of isn't really, it's not really that. It's not you know, do your dailies to get your tokens, and, you know, yeah, you can only get so many per week. It's not that. That's not what I'm talking about. But rather just some sort of random incentive to get people doing things and helping others to do things. You know, no special reward, just kind of make it more worth it just to do, right? To kind of nudge people in the right direction. I don't know, it works out really good for City of Heroes. Like if you want to get people doing some of the really long bullshit task forces in that game, weekly target. That gets them doing it. Also, that enemy exploded like a loot pinata. Got rotten meat, pauldron, coffer key, dark crystal. Nice, almost got a full stack of dark crystals, almost. I don't know, I just like fighting Antikins. I don't know, they're fun. I find ants fun to fight. I like fighting Ant-Man. And the EXP is going along, it's coming along nice. But oh, Burn, since I guess you missed it, I got my full artifact armor. I got the whole set. Which, hold up, if I slash lock style off, yeah, I got my whole full set. Feels good. I am now the Sheep Knight. Yeah, well, I just sold some dark crystals. They sell real nice. It's like 4K. Yeah, let me stand up here. So like this is the Beastmaster full artifact set right here. I like how it has a nice convenient stab me here window. I really like that. Now, to be fair, this isn't female specific. This is everyone. Every Beastmaster, male or female, they have a nice impale me through the chest, you know, just rip my intestines out. They have a nice window for that. But otherwise, I do like the look of it. It's not quite my thing, right? It's not quite my thing, but I do think it looks cool. I like it. However, I have my own personal style, right? So, there we go. Back to the double-a slash chesty classic. I guess, oh god, I just realized, you know what the Beastmaster artifact set reminds me of? I just thought about it. It actually really reminds me of, like, something from Monster Hunter. Because, well, think about it. You're wearing, like, a sheep monster, right? You're literally wearing a sheep monster as your armor. That is Monster Hunter as hell. It kind of has that vibe, too, in its presentation. Signifer, I don't... is he gonna fight him? Yep, here we go. But other than looks, right? Like, I am happy because it looks cool, but other than just looking cool, I really like the effects of the artifact armor. It's by no means like... It's by no means the best at anything, but there's some really cool effects on it. Oh my god, I've been sleep good for 2 minutes. I'm down for like a minute and a half, unless I get AoE. Well, then I have time to discuss the armor. So, like, okay, I'm not using my weapon. The weapon has its own bonus, right? Like, yeah, so the weapon boosts pet accuracy, which is pretty nice. But yeah, the helmet, like, easier taming. charm lasts longer. The chest piece, it augments reward. And also charm plus. The trousers increase the killer effect, that's basically your chance to stun a monster because, you know, you're a beastmaster. Like, they just look at you and they get intimidated. And then the boots, like, yeah, they boost reward, so I love it. I have 2 things that boost reward now, and what they mean is that reward, not only do you heal your pet, but, like, you cure your pet's status ailments too. So, like, when my pet gets poisoned, I could like cure that, right, with a biscuit. Like, it actually changes the gameplay, and I really like that. I think most of the artifact pieces kind of do that. A lot of the gear in the game does that. It has some kind of cool effect on it. It's not just about seeing number go up. And I really like that. But I have to say, as someone who has played like all the classes in Final Fantasy XIV up to max level, and naturally having done like all the artifact stuff for it, you know, get your class armor, I gotta be honest, none of that ever really felt like an accomplishment. But in this game, well, you all have been with me for the journey, right? You've seen what I had to do to get each piece of my artifact gear. Like, every piece was just a milestone in itself. And, you know, while the armor is by no means the best armor or anything like that, it has unique effects, which are worth it. You want to have it. And the amount of effort you have to put in to get it is kind of crazy. So, when I got my full suit of artifact armor today, I felt like a winner. Alright? I felt like I'd done it. I won. And that's a good feeling. It's a very good feeling. There's another Signifer over there, but the thing is, if they start firing off AoEs, it's gonna take my health down into the red, and I'd rather not fight that low on health. So, healing up real quick. Oh, also my EXP boost wore off, but that's okay. We're doing good for XP. Oh, also, Burn. I guess also you kind of missed the plot stuff. We didn't do any big missions, but I did the talky story parts of the Promathia missions, like Promathia 3, 1, and 2. So leading up to kind of a bigger one. The Promathia plot, so far, it's actually really interesting. Like, the nation quests feel kind of, you know, the nation main story feels a little generic. I like it, but it's a little generic. Although the Shadow Lord was pretty awesome. But the Zilart stuff, I mean, we're only really getting started with Zilart, so I don't know what to make of that just yet. But the Promathia missions, so far, like, I have found them to be the most interesting missions in the game so far. And I would say they border on being a little closer to, like, Final Fantasy XIV's presentation of the story. Like, a little bit, right? Not a lot, but a little. Like, there is some world-ending existential threat happening, and they don't describe it very good, but apparently the world is just disappearing at the edges. Like we're getting, like, maybe a flood situation from Shadowbringers, something? I don't know. It's unclear, and they don't really explain it very well. But I really like... I like where it's going. I'm finding it interesting. Again, I'm finding it more interesting than the FF14 story. I think it really is just the presentation. I think it's the presentation of it and how, you know, here, I'm not constantly being bombarded with cutscenes. I have to earn my cutscenes. So when I earn my cutscene, I really want to sit down and savor it, right? I think maybe that's the difference. Yeah, oh god. Though what I am interested in, apparently later on in Final Fantasy XI, because I do kind of look ahead and see, like, what could we look forward to here on Horizon in the future, and apparently time travel as a mechanic is introduced at some point in this game. Like apparently you can go back to the past in certain areas, and I'm really curious to see how that plays out. Like, I'm gonna be real interested in that one. Like, that sounds kind of like you could potentially soft reboot things, right? But I will say that, I don't know, like, I actually am genuinely more interested in the narrative of this game than I am 14, even though I would say objectively 14 has, like, it has better technology, more budget, like, there's more going into it, but I don't know, I just can't be bothered there, but here I'm really into it. I am super into it. Ooh, neat. Yeah, like I can't wait. Like I want to see all that stuff. But, you know, I'm okay to take it one step at a time because I still, you know, I still got all my I got all these missions to do already. Yeah, I think, like, I'm trying to really think about my problem with FF14's presentation, and I can think of a lot of things. Like, there's some really basic stuff, like, I mean, just right out of the box, right? Right out of the box, I really don't like that in FF14, pretty much the first thing that happens is you find out you're kind of the chosen one, right? Like, you're, you know, the crystal talks to you and all that, and you're, like, you are immediately set apart as being a special person, right? And I don't like that in storytelling. I don't. So that kind of immediately just puts me off a little bit. But, oh god, I'm slept for a minute and a half. But I think maybe on a more mechanical level, what puts me off with FF14 is that narratively, story-wise, gameplay's a whole other matter, but I think story-wise, it's that you are kind of constantly bombarded with cutscenes. Like, think about how many, like, main story quest things you have to do, right? Like, how many MSQs are there? Thousands, right? Like, every level you are just bombarded with more and more cutscenes, more characters, more things happening, and it gets a little overwhelming, and also you're kind of just, like, the thing is, if you just want to get to, like, the dungeon or whatever, you are much more tempted to just hit the skip button. Like, if you've been sitting through hours of cutscenes and you just want to get to the next dungeon, you're gonna hit the skip button, right? You're going to, or you're gonna be tempted to. And that's how I felt. So I honestly think that having the story scenes more spaced out, like in this game, the story scenes are basically they're basically interspersed with lots of dungeon crawling and gotta form a party, gotta do this, gotta do that. Like, you know, there's lots of things that will be happening in between any cutscenes, right? Like from one step of, say, the Promafia missions to the next, like, it might take you a while to get a party to help you to do some of that. So it could potentially be days or weeks before you see another cutscene. And when you do, you will feel like you earned it, right? Like you put the work in and you earned it, so you gotta sit and watch it because that's your reward, right? Like the cutscene is a reward for getting through the gameplay. But in FF14, it's just cutscenes all the time. It doesn't feel like a reward, it feels like busy work. Like that's how I felt about it anyway. And also, yes, I do like that in 11, like, even now, right? Even now, as I'm starting to get into the bigger stuff, right? Like, yes, I beat the Shadow Lord, right? I beat the Shadow Lord. Well, aren't I special? But the thing is, I'm not, right? Like, my character, even though I beat the Shadow Lord, I'm not special. I did it with teamwork, right? I did it with the power of having, like, a small army with me. That's how I did it. I think my pet's gonna take one for the team in a sec. But that's alright, I got more. I got more tigers in my pocket. Oh no, he's releasing the Magnemites. Well, I guess I think, actually, here's the thought. Think about the earlier Final Fantasy games, actually. You know what? I think my issue, like, my comparison of 11 to 14, I think it might actually be the greater comparison between old school Final Fantasy games and the ones that are more recent, right? Like, I would say throughout the, like, Super Nintendo games, all the way up through the PlayStation 1 games, think about how often you actually got like a proper cutscene. Not, you know, you talk to an NPC and you're locked into that for a second, but like an actual cutscene, like a big cutscene where things are happening and it's gonna take a while. You're gonna be there for a minute. Think about how often that actually happens in the old Final Fantasy games. Which, you know, people play those games for the story, right? But if you actually think about it, the cutscenes are very much, they are very much spread out through many hours of gameplay, right? Like, you're never really pushed from one cutscene to the next, which is the thing that happens way too often in Final Fantasy XIV, and really all of the later Final Fantasy games. So maybe I'm just maybe I'm just making a comparison between the old and the new there. Well, yeah, I can get why playtesters would, you know, they'd skip through the story stuff because they're trying to test gameplay. I can kind of get that one, but like, there are players who will just skip through all of the story stuff because they want to get into the gameplay, right? Like, there tend to be two kinds of players, right? Like, players that are more gameplay focused and players that are more story focused. There's some people that are in between, but I think most people, they're on a spectrum there. And if you're a more gameplay focused person, well, like I am, right? I'm more gameplay focused. I like a good story, but I want, like, when I play a video game, I want gameplay. So I'm the kind of person that will skip through story if I'm not being overly interested and I want to get back to the gameplay. So in FF14, I pretty much felt the urge to skip scenes almost immediately. Like, everything was way too long-winded, and, like, the urge to skip is always strong with me. In this game, well, first off, in this game, I don't think you can skip cutscenes. You can click real fast, you know, like you can click through the dialogue really fast, but you can't outright skip them. But even if I could, I wouldn't want to. Like, I wouldn't want to skip any of the cutscenes in this game. Primarily because in order to actually get those cutscenes, I have to go through a lot. right? Like I think about when you beat the Permivians, right? So at the end of every Permivian, there is a cutscene, and then there's a big one when you beat all three. Considering how much effort goes into making a team and then actually completing the Permivian, you bet your ass I'm gonna sit my ass down and I'm gonna pay attention to that cutscene because I fucking earned it, right? I think that is a large factor. Like I think you want to feel like you earned the cutscene. You were playing the game and you played good, and so you earned a nice little cinematic sequence, right? I think that's a huge part. I mean, I've said it before. I liked FF14 when it first came out. I actually really liked 1.0. I liked the idea. What I didn't like was that the game was a technical nightmare. Like, the game ran like trash. It ran like a flaming dumpster down a hill. But the actual gameplay, I thought there was a lot of promise behind it. I really did. But I couldn't play the game. I couldn't play it, so that was the problem. But even when they relaunched it as A Realm Reborn, I was still on board. I thought it was still fine. It wasn't quite what I wanted, but it was fine. It's kind of like the difference between EverQuest and EverQuest 2. I like EverQuest 1 better, but actually EverQuest 2 kind of plays smoother, right? Gotta admit. It was sort of the same deal with FF14. Like, yeah, not quite what I want, but man, is it smooth. Oh yeah, Burn. It is kind of an issue, I feel like, that a lot of RPG Maker games are kind of easy. Like, I think a lot of the easiness is just that a lot of them are just designed badly. So, badly designed game, the difficulty isn't tuned right, so you just sort of breeze through it, and that's what people get used to. Oh. The cat has come in meowing, briefly. I don't think she had anything. I know a lot of people, well, I think the problem with, like, asking people to playtest something is that if you're asking them to playtest, I guess generally speaking, people want to, like, they want to just get in there and test all the mechanics, right? So they want to be efficient at it, so I feel like there is sort of an inherent flaw in, like, asking someone to specifically playtest when you are going to get certain playstyles that maybe aren't how people would play normally, right? I don't really know if there's a good way around that, though. Just seeing, like, okay, the roar attack. Yeah, that needs 2 charges. I kind of wanted to fight that big room that has, like, 3 guys in it. I want to take them all on. Well, yeah, burn. But at the same time, you can't deny, like, yeah, so they might be thorough, but yeah, that's not really how most people would normally play a game, right? You know, I say that, but when I play, like when I play games where I know they have some kind of hidden stuff, some secrets, yeah, I rub my face all over everything, right? Like, jump and crouch up against every wall, right? But again, I feel that is very non-standard behavior. I'm gonna try to kill those guys. Like, it's 3 of them, but I think I can do it. Just need to rest my pet's health up. So the thing about the tiger is his attack is a frontal cone. It's a very narrow frontal cone attack. So if I'm gonna fight these guys, I kinda have to fight them like they all need to literally be lined up behind each other. Or inside of each other. Like, I have to really... It's gotta be a really tight cluster of enemies here. Thinking how I can get that. Like, how can I get that tight cluster? So the Signifer, he's not gonna move. The Signifer doesn't really like to move. He's going to, man, they're almost in the proper order right now, actually. But yeah, the Signifer won't really like to move. So, whatever we do, we have to start with him. Man, they were really tight there for a minute. For a minute, they were super tight. Alright, let's try to round them up a little bit, alright? Okay, I think this looks good. Alright, Claw Cyclone. That should hit all of them. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. Ah, now the Helm Beetle. I don't want to hit the Helm Beetle too. I'm hoping this won't hit the Beetle. It did! Oh, yay. This is too much. Like this, right now, too much. Well, one down. If the Beetle didn't join in, I think we would be okay, right? If the Beetle hadn't joined in. So we can still salvage this. Carrot broth. So we use the rabbit, right? Use the rabbit and use its whirl claws. This is a little bit of a hectic situation, but it's not unsalvageable. Not yet. So yeah, I'm saving my attack. Oh shit, oh god, I'm petrified for 10 seconds. So getting petrified like that again could kill me. Let's move away. Alright, now, what I'm about to do... Oh, nice. Man. Being a Beastmaster is awesome. But I wish the 2-hour did anything. But as far as I know, like, I've tried it. The Beastmaster 2-hour doesn't do anything. I mean, it does. It increases your pet's health a little bit, right, by like 10%. But I don't think it actually heals the pet, right? It doesn't actually heal him. And other than that, I don't think it actually does a damn thing. Oh, well, I guess I didn't pull aggro from the Helm Beetle. Okay. It's just gonna go back to doing its thing. So yeah, my understanding of what exactly the Beastmaster 2-hour does... My understanding is that it increases your pet's health by 10%, but it's not retroactively applied, so if if the pet's health is low, it's gonna still be low. So it does that, and it makes charm duration last 30 minutes. But if you're not using a charmed pet, and your pet is already busy fighting, it doesn't actually do anything, right? yeah, it locks the charmed pet for 30 minutes, but it also, to my understanding, it also boosts the pet's health a little bit too. But again, it's not something you can really make use of in combat. So I think the problem with the Beastmaster 2-hour is that it's not really anything that will help you in combat. Like, it's not anything that will help you in the moment. It's kind of something that you have to fire off well before you even begin combat, right? Like, you charm the high-level monster and then lock it in with familiar. Like, that's a good use of it, right? You know, like, you charm a way higher level pet, and, you know, that's hard to do. So then you lock it in for 30 minutes. That's a great use of it. The thing is, that doesn't help you in combat. Like, if you're in a hard fight and you're about to die, that doesn't help you. Yeah, I think people used to do that. Like, that is a thing people used to do. Also, that thing is, he's revving up some ancient magic over there. Oh, he actually got that off. He actually got freeze off. It only did 176 damage. He took all that time for 176 damage. Oh yeah, I got the key. I got my, I got all my artifact stuff done. I got all of it done. I mean, here, I'm not coffer hunting here. Here, I'm just EXPing. I really like killing these things for EXP. I guess I tend to like enemies that are a little tricky, right? And Andikins have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. Lots of annoying things they can do, but that sort of makes the combat fun to me. It's why I love fighting Tonberries. I will fight Tonberries until everyone's grudging me for like 2,000 damage. I fucking love killing Tonberries. But yeah, just doing a little light EXP. But the artifact stuff, no, that all got done. I really lucked out with Garlish Citadel. Like, I really lucked out with that someone else also needed it, and we put together a team and we all got it done, right? Like, we got through the gates. That was really lucky. That's luck that I can't really count on. And then Beadu, I thought Beadu was gonna be, the hardest one, but I think it was actually the easiest. Like, yeah, the enemies are the highest level, but I can still kill them, and Beadu is actually a very simple area to navigate. The coffers are super easy to get. It went smooth. I guess I sort of just looked at the level of the enemies, and I'm like, oh man, these enemies go all the way up to level 71. I'm not going to be able to do that. I thought it was going to be super hard, but the thing is, none of the enemies were actually higher level than me. Like, every Quadav that I killed, the highest level was 67. None of them went higher than that. So, I guess they could have, but it worked out. I was worried for nothing. So now I have my artifact stuff. I feel good about it. I'm up to level 67. And the EXP, honestly, it goes pretty quick. So 70 is within sight. It is within sight. And apparently the Beastmaster mat fight, apparently it's really easy. So I guess that shouldn't be a big bottleneck for me. And once that's done, I mean, it's just a straight shot to max level, right? Just a straight shot to 75. I can't believe it's so within sight. Oh, I guess the one thing I do need to do, I need to get a Beastmaster testimonial, but I looked that up and, well, I found a warrior testimonial, so clearly I can kill the enemies that drop these testimonials. So I don't think that's an issue, but I looked it up and apparently there's a few goblins in Cape Terragon. They'll drop what I need and it shouldn't be a problem to kill them even now. So yeah, man, straight shot. Again, I feel like once I actually hit level 75, I feel like I'm just gonna have one of those moments where I don't know what to do with myself. Like, I don't think I'll be bored, right? I don't think I'll have a I'm bored now quitting moment. I'm nowhere near that, especially with so much story missions that I still need to do. But, man, once there's no more levels for my Beastmaster, I guess, well, yeah, then you go and level something else, but really, I don't know, it'll feel good to finally get up to 75, just to see the end, right? And honestly, considering the pace that I'm going at, which, I mean, you know, this server is still mostly classic. Like, this server doesn't have anything crazy to boost your levels up or anything. Like, it's mostly normal. And honestly, I'm leveling up so smoothly, right? So smoothly. But I don't think it's like some of it is that Beastmaster is pretty good here, but really, because I've been in a diverse style of parties. I'd say what it is more is just that I've been streaming it. Like, because I've been streaming it, it's kind of giving me that extra push to do things, right? Like, whenever I'm gonna admit, when I hit that wall in Garlish Citadel, and I was really frustrated, right? Like, I've had several moments like that, where I was super frustrated with the game, to the point where I just didn't want to continue. And if I wasn't streaming it, you know, if I didn't have that push to see what's around the corner, and to show you all, and to share in the journey, if I didn't have that push, I might have, yeah, like, that shenanigan with Garlish Citadel, that might have gotten me. Things like that, those are quitting moments, so I think just by virtue of streaming it, it's really helping me to stick to the game. So, I don't know, it just feels really good to finally hit all these goals with FF11. Feels amazing. I know that the way I play the game, yeah, I may have very simple goals compared to how a lot of the veteran players of FF11 are, but, you know, my goals might be really simple, but they are very much long-term goals. It's, you know, it's just kind of the whole thing eating on me for like 20 years that I couldn't get past level 50. I couldn't get my artifacts. I couldn't complete any of the Promethean missions. You know, those things just sort of bugged me for years. And finally getting it done, it just sort of, I don't know, it feels like closing a chapter in a book, right? Again, not in a way like, oh, I'm done now, but it just feels really good. Every time I complete any missions at all, any of them, it just feels very relieving. Oh, he's readying up a tornado. I wonder if he'll get it off before he dies. Look at that cast time. Remember, Black Mages, that could be you. Like, I haven't looked it up, but what is the actual cast time? Like, what is the actual cast time on those ancient magics, like Tornado and Quake? It's gotta be like at least 10 seconds, right? At least. Imagine being a black mage and casting a single spell for like 10 plus seconds. Like, I know that black mages in FF14, they always whine how they have to, you know, it's like, oh, I gotta stand still while I cast. Oh, it's so long, it's 3 seconds. I can't handle it. Imagine waiting for over 10 seconds to fire off Tornado or something. I think that would probably just kill the average FF14 enjoyer. Alright, but let's see, as I'm kind of fighting this paladin ant here, let's see, how far along am I? My EXP boost is still on, too, which is crazy. And look at this, I'm already like 6,000 into the level. Again, when I started the stream today, I was only level 66. So I gained, well, you know, I was close, right? I was like 2,000 or 3,000 EXP away from level 67. But I started the previous level, and then I did a bunch of story stuff, right? And now I'm 6,000 into this one. Like, the leveling here really doesn't go that slow, I don't think. I mean, I know I got boosters on, but like, I mean, even without that, if I joined a party, like in a party, you can make 10, 12, 13,000 EXP per hour, which, you know, that'll push you right along, right? But it's always funny to me when when I hop into FF14, when I do that, like, oh god, Blue Mage, people were really complained about it with Blue Mage, because, you know, that one you can't just queue up with dungeons, no real story to push you along. You just sort of have to grind in the open world. Like, leveling up Blue Mage in FF14, it's basically like this, where you just go into the open world and just grind. But the thing is, it's really fast there. Like, you can get a whole level, like, from first level to max level, you can get a whole level of Blue Mage just, like, rounding up 4 enemies, killing them, and then repeating. You can level up in, like, maybe 5 or 10 minutes doing that. Like, a level of Blue Mage is maybe 5 or 10 minutes, right? And shit you not, but people are like, oh god, this is so slow. Gah. What am I, a caveman? What is this old game design? And I can't. I just, like, I can't handle that. I can't handle them. But also, look, Blue Mage was my favorite thing in FF14. It's the only class I really enjoyed. And it's the only one that's not real. Oh, also, yeah, man, magic bursting with ancient magic, that's gonna take, like, that would take a lot of coordination. I feel like it would take both a lot of coordination and probably you really have to, like, you have to have your casting times down. But yeah, I mean, I do want to try Blue Mage here. I've actually never tried Blue Mage in FF11. But for me, I mean, the class that I'm more interested in is Puppet Master. I'm more interested in Puppet Master, but I would like to try out Blue Mage. I find the idea of kind of like learning enemy abilities and then turning it against them, I like that, but again, the reason that I got into Blue Mage in FF14 was because it honestly plays more like how classes play in this game, just in general. Like, it kind of changes how you approach content, so that's more the reason I liked it, rather than it even being a Blue Mage. But in 14, they really do kind of hamstring Blue Mage a lot. Like, a lot of the Blue Mage abilities just don't work on most enemies. Like, they just straight up don't work, right? Like, not even a chance. So it always just feels like they're not really willing to fully commit to the theme, right? But my understanding is that in FF11, generally the abilities just work. Like, not on everything, but like they generally just work, right? Oh yeah, I am on ZM4 still, I am. Though I have to make dinner soon, which, that might get in the way of things. Actually, you know what? Dinner's not hard to put together. So yeah, like if someone's doing ZM4, I might not do it, you know, on stream. Like, I'd have to do it off stream while I'm doing other stuff, but I do want to get my Zalart missions done. I really want to get them done. Because people keep sending me tells to join Sky parties, and I can't. So even if I have to do it while I'm making dinner off stream, like, I'll send them a tell. ZM4 happening? Like, also, I'm kind of winding down here because my voice is actually kind of, it's starting to fade on me, right? Trying to, alright, well, I am interested. So yeah, I guess I'll maybe party up with them and, you know, while I'm making dinner and all that, like, yeah, maybe we can get something going. Maybe. It's just, man, it's so frustrating when like everyone wants you to join a party in a place that you can't access. The first time that happened to me, it was, well, I guess, yeah, the first time would have been Kazam, right? Like, very early on, I would get invites, and they're like, hey, come on out to the jungle, right? And it's like, I don't have that. And then it was Lufay's Meadows. Oh, sorry, I don't have that. And now it's Sky. Yeah, sorry, no Sky. It never feels good. It always feels bad when you have to turn down party after party just because you don't have access yet. How many coins I have to? I'm only 2 coins away from the stack. Let me rest up my pet's health. So my understanding is that a lot of, like, Link shells do Sky stuff, but also just parties, right? Like, there's just parties that do Sky, too. Like, almost every party invite that I've gotten has been for Sky, so it's getting a little depressing. But hey, at least I got a good link shell. I don't understand a word, but they're good party members, all right? Yeah, I'm trying to think. The last party that I got that wasn't Sky, it was out in Bibiki Bay doing the Dalmals, which I never knew. I actually never knew that there was like just tons of high level, like extremely high level, like up to 74 or 75, right? I never knew that shit was out there. Like, I never knew that was out there in Bibiki Bay. I always thought it was just a low level zone. But other than that one party, yeah, like, everybody just wants Sky. And I remember when I was in that party, the party actually broke up a little bit early because the healer for the group, their link shell was demanding that they go to Sky. So yeah, it's getting frustrating now. At the very least, there's plenty places I can solo, right? Like, solo, that's not, it's not bad, but... Oh, nice. Let's see. Oh, wait, what's the BCNM level cap? Well, let me check. What is the BCNM level cap for this one? It's Alert Mission 4, level 60 plus. The battlefield is, so the wiki says 75. Wiki says 75. I hope that's accurate. Yeah, so no cap. So yeah, if that's accurate, yep. A level 50 bard. I have no idea like what the actual level of the things that we gotta fight. Like, yeah, no idea. All new to me. Like, I don't know. I literally don't know what I'm doing. I can look at a wiki real good. So yeah. So yeah, the wiki does suggest 60. Oh god, I don't use the plus symbol very. Oh god. Oh my god, can I not? Oh my god, I think I might not be able to use the plus sign. There we go. I don't use the plus sign. I could have just used the other one. I could have just used the one on the numpad, but the problem is on standard German keyboard, there's 3 symbols per key instead of just like 1 or 2. So but the third one, like when I went to do that, that's it just made my UI go away, so that could have been bad. That could have been bad. Let's see. I'm gonna kill one more enemy. All right, one more enemy, and I'm gonna hang in the party and try to do this with this guy. But I'll do that off stream. My throat's getting a little sore. Bad climate right now for this, and especially talking so long. So I'm gonna kill this enemy, and then yeah, I think we'll be good for today. All right. I'm also getting pretty hungry, so. We'll get on out of here after this kill. And yeah, where this party goes, I don't know, but I'll do it off stream. The thing is, a lot of missions I am gonna have to do off stream just because it's a timing thing, right? Timing. But I take my missions where I can get them, alright? I take what I can get. Oh god, I hate the 10-second petrify. You know what, honestly, it's not as bad as like a minute and a half of sleep. Sleepga 2 can fuck right off. Alright, how many pauldrons? Let me take a quick tally of my loot. So I got a full stack of dark crystals, some useless trash, I almost have a full stack of mithril coins, and I almost have a full stack of Antican pauldrons, and those sell for like 20 to 22k, so not bad. Not bad at all. So yeah, I guess I'll just kind of keep killing things here while a party may or may not happen. But I need to rest my voice, and also I need to make dinner. I can make dinner and do this at the same time, but not also stream. And also I don't want to kill my voice. I'm hurting. So we didn't get too much done today. I mean, I did finish off my artifact armor. That felt really good. That's one of my big goals complete. So I mean, that's not nothing, right? But otherwise, it was just kind of a little slow grind and some story cutscenes. So nothing major. But every day can't be an epic monumental day. Every now and then it's just a nice fun grind day. Alright, but that is all. That is all for now. The adventures for today, for now, they're done. Hope you had fun. I always hope that it's not too boring for you guys. Everybody that hangs along, I always wonder why. I'm always mystified by what people see here. Though I love having everyone and talking to everyone. I absolutely love it. But tomorrow, I guess we will continue the Final Fantasy, although tomorrow I'm gonna mix it up, alright? I keep skipping out on City of Heroes. I keep ignoring City of Heroes. So tomorrow, we're gonna start with City of Heroes, alright? So the stream will start with City of Heroes, and then, like, at the halfway point of the stream, we'll switch back over to Final Fantasy XI. So next stream is going to be a little different in that way, alright? But it's just when I start with Final Fantasy, I always get so caught up in it, because, it's FF11, right? You get caught up, and then you don't do the other games you wanted to play. So tomorrow, City of Heroes to begin. We won't play it super long, but I want to get at least a good 2 hours or so in. And then we'll switch back to Final Fantasy XI for the rest of the stream. And what I'll do tomorrow with FF11, I'm not sure. I don't exactly know. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. We might just do more grind and fish and whatever. I don't know. We'll see, right? We'll see what's available to do. But you know the plan. And oh yeah, of course, man, we're rapidly approaching the weekend. So yeah, after tomorrow the weekend comes, and then it's XCOM for the weekend, right? So that's the game plan. Alright, you know the game plan. If you're down for it, feel free to show up. Feel free to have a good time. If not, that's okay too. Final Fantasy will keep happening, alright? We keep coming back to it. Not going away anytime soon. Alright. With all that said, let's get the hell out. I am super hungry. I'm really curious to see if this party is gonna go anywhere. But otherwise, I'm kind of done for the day. Gonna rest my throat. Alright. Till next time, see you later.